Thank you all for being here. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, the chair of the commission, and today is March 26, 2026. Mrs. Hood isn't here. Is someone? Hi. All right, perfect. Let's please have a roll call.
Chair Williams?
Present.
Vice Chair Stefano?
Present.
Commissioner Caballero?
Present.
Commissioner Litvak?
Present.
Commissioner Lynn?
Present.
And Commissioner Uliano?
Present.
All right, thank you for that. I'd like to remind everyone, including myself here, that we need to turn our phones on silent. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those of you who traveled internationally to be here, thank you for indulging us just then. We have recently been foregoing the introduction of visitors just because of the volume of work that there is to do, and we're going to do the same thing today. But just let me say thank you all for being here, and even though we're not going to pass the mic and have you introduce yourselves, it means a lot to us to be able to have these conversations face to face. So thanks again for that. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. We'll consider the minutes from the meetings held January 29th and 30th of 2026 today. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, that motion carries. The motion to approve January minutes is adopted. Item 5 for reports. Mrs. Hurst, would you please give us the Executive Director's report?
Yes, thank you. And I echo Chair Williams' sentiment. Thank you all for being here. It's always great to see you all in person. And if I haven't met you before, I hope I get the opportunity to do so at some point today. But we'll start with our student protection fee balance. It is at $4,813,616.97, and we had 2 citations issued.
All right. Counselor, Mr. Gento, would you please provide our legal counsel report?
Yes. Chair Williams, I have a kind of a special edition this morning. Mine might be a little bit lengthier than usual, and I beseech your patience. So first, a preview of an item that will be appearing on the agenda tomorrow. On January 29th of this year, an administrative law judge issued a recommended order in the matter of SMTL School of Faith and Nursing versus the Florida Commission for Independent Education. The case involved the Commission's November 2024 notice of intent to deny SMTL's pending applications for annual licensure renewals for 2022 through 24, a new pre-licensure professional nursing RN program application filed in 2022, and a change of ownership application based on allegations of malfeasance, namely submission of a fraudulent 2022 financial statement and advertising and offering of unlicensed phlebotomy and EKG programs, and other deficiencies that were noted in the notice. The recommended order from the judge recommends that the Commission deny all the applications and to order the institution to close. Tomorrow, March 27th, the Commission will consider a proposed final order drafted by Mr. Chase Jones, who is an Assistant General Counsel to the Florida Department of Education. Because I prosecuted the case before the Florida Division of Administrative Hearings, I am precluded from providing objective counsel on the final order. Accordingly, Mr. Jones will serve as counsel to this board on that matter at tomorrow's assembly, and he will join us via Zoom. For that one item, I will be present in my capacity as administrative prosecutor. On today's agenda, we have a unique item as our first institution to take up. Commissioners, before you is a petition for permanent waiver, or variance, more specifically, filed by the Nicholas G. Ghayek Watchmaking School, license number 4659. The school is requesting a permanent variance from Rule 6E 2.0046B, or Standard 6 Finances, and Section 5 of Selected Financial Data Form 604, so that the Commission may permanently accept the audited consolidated financial statements and annual report of its parent company, the Swatch Group of Switzerland, in lieu of separate financial statements from the school for the school itself. Your executive director recommends that the Commission grant the petition for permanent variance. This recommendation is based on the school's unique circumstances. The school is tuition-free, fully funded by its parent company. The institution does not have any income or revenue. It maintains enrollment at no more than 100 students annually. The Swatch Group, based out of Switzerland, is a large publicly traded multinational corporation with substantial financial resources. I think last I checked, more than $14 billion in assets, and a high degree of public transparency. This commission has accepted the parent company's audited reports for this school without issue since the school's initial licensure in 2012, and the parent maintains a strict worldwide prohibition on disclosing subsidiary-level financial data. Staff has concluded that these factors fully satisfy the underlying purpose of the rule, namely to demonstrate that a school has sufficient financial resources and that and students are protected from any malinvestment in an education in the event that a school goes underwater financially. And your executive director proposes the granting of the permanent variance with 3 conditions, which I will go over right now. And commission staff believe that a granting of the variance with these conditions serves the underlying purpose of the rule. The recommended language, if a motion, when the motion is taken up on this, is that the commission grant a permanent variance from Rule 6E 20046 and Section 5 of Form 604, such that a financial audit for the parent company, the Swatch Group, shall be accepted for the school under the following 3 conditions. First, that the school continues to refrain from charging tuition and limits enrollment to no more than 100 students annually. Second, that the school shall submit an income statement and balance sheet annually in addition to the annual report for the Swatch Group. And thirdly, as a kind of a catch-all, that the permanent variance would terminate upon the Commission's determination that the financial soundness of the school cannot be adequately determined by reference to the Swatch Group. And the language I recommend is that this shall include, but is not limited to, circumstances in which the school is no longer a division or subsidiary of the Swatch Group, it loses the financial support of the Swatch Group, or for any other reason that this agency deems appropriate.
Thank you for that, Counselor. Commissioners, any discussion on that petition? As a dyed-in-the-wool watch nerd, I would love to have a conversation with these guys. I think Commissioner Caballero shares my affinity for watches, but I think we could seek a motion to grant the variance now.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, number 6, we do have one item on the agenda, which is the Aviator College of Aeronautical and Science and Technology, Fort Pierce, number 4115, within our informal hearings. And Counselor, would you like to introduce this section to us, please?
Yes, Chair Williams, let me pull up my file. It's not pulling up. Okay. My files are not pulling up for some reason, but I will summarize what is material here. So this institution was previously on a meeting for with an application for annual licensure renewal several months ago. This commission voted to deny that application, citing several deficiencies, no misconduct, just several deficiencies in that application. The school timely filed a petition for informal hearing on the grounds that it would cure those deficiencies. In the intervening months, the school has submitted several documents to address the notice of intent and has also engaged in a dialogue with commission staff to address inadequacies in its faculty. Those documents are before you. The institution at this hearing bears the burden of proving by a preponderance of evidence that it meets the standards for licensure.
All right. I'm assuming you gentlemen are representing the institution. That was going to be next for me to invite you up to the podium, but thank you for being here. Would you please introduce yourselves?
Ulf Lundström, Vice President.
Vladimir Nelson, Financial Director.
Cameron Karstens, legal counsel for the college.
And Bob Harris with the Messer Capital Law Firm in Tallahassee, counsel for Aviator College.
I believe for those of you who are not attorneys representing you, we would need to swear them in. So for the two gentlemen that aren't attorneys, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm confident you guys look prepared, and you probably have a statement on this, so the floor is yours there, Counselor.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, board members. My name is Bob Harris. Again, just very quickly, I want to first of all thank Mr. Bowman and Mr. Junter for working with us from November to now, requesting certain documents be submitted, and we've done that. We've done extensive work in terms of providing a graduation improvement plan that was required, fire inspection, credentials for all the faculty. They have an associate program, so their faculty members that teach that have bachelor's degrees. All the remaining are basically FAA licensed instructors to provide those programs. Financial audit, Form 604, Form 303, the business license for locally, all of those things that we requested that were cited in that original denial order and that were cited by the commission have been provided. And again, we just want to thank very much Mr. Bowman and Mr. Junter for working with us over the past few months to get all that done. And we appreciate your consideration of approving the annual license for Aviator College.
Well, thank you for that. Gentlemen, those of you here directly from the institution, I'd love to hear from you on the matter. And if you have questions or comments that we can discuss.
No, not really.
None? Really? I was looking forward to chatting with you. Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions?
I guess just can you talk a little bit about what have you learned going through this process? So because it's important that paperwork is submitted timely, completely, and you're asking for us to kind of rescind the notice of closure. So what will you do going forward differently?
Well, let me comment first, and then I'll have them answer that, Mr. Levack. Appreciate that. Again, it has been a learning experience for them as well as for the staff in terms of making sure that everything is in. It's very important. We've learned that over the past few years, is making sure that all those things, you may provide great services, great education to students, but having that paperwork is a responsibility that they all fully understand. Anything you want to add?
No, nothing more to add.
So tell me about how you're going to tackle these issues a year from now. Like, should there be an extension? Should we have renewals? You know, this is a never-ending process. That's why we all get to know each other so well in here. What's your internal bandwidth look like to sort of prevent the challenges that we are trying to overcome here today?
You want to?
These guys really don't want to talk to me, do you? Is this something I said?
So your question about going forward is we have hired outside help, like we're doing now, to understand the process more and consult with different resources and to guide us through the process going forward.
Could you remind me your roles at the institution?
I'm Director of Financial Aid, and
And I'm the Vice President.
Yeah, well, I say very often that when your sink is leaking, you should call a plumber, not buy a wrench. And I think your answer is well received regarding seeking those who have familiarity with the process and getting assistance with that. Commissioner Litvak, do you have any additional questions with him?
Yeah, I'm be honest, I'm still a little bit concerned. Like, I would have expected the owner to be here, the president to be here.
Yeah.
To talk about this, because end of the day, and again, I'm very happy using outside individuals to help and Mr. Harris to help, but you, as the officers of the college, need to make sure that not only the education is excellent, but you also follow the rules and regulations of the commission. And I'm not getting that feeling that we've learned anything here, or that we're really saying, yeah, we put in place new processes, new procedures to ensure that we timely track the information that we need to do, that audits are done in the proper manner, and all that. I'm happy that you brought in individuals to help, but how are you going to do it going forward?
Mr. Litvak, and I appreciate that. Unfortunately, the president of this institution is dead and therefore not able to appear.
Sorry about that.
However, Mr. Ari Cohen has taken over a lot of those responsibilities, and his wife is about to have a baby. So I told him he cannot come either. So both of them.
Mr. Harris, does he understand, though, the seriousness of what occurred here? And
Absolutely, I can tell you
committed
this.
to making that going forward?
And you and I've known, you know how I deal for many, many years. Absolutely, they fully understand the responsibility of that, not having this information available. And again, it can be comprehensive, it can be difficult, but again, the process is pretty straightforward. And so they fully understand their obligations to make sure there's information. And again, this is an aviation school, and so it's you know, at the high end, and so it's very important that all these things are provided. So they fully understand it. We have had many, many conversations about that. Yes, sir.
So I think the good question would be, is the information that's outlined in the deficiencies there, is it being tracked and produced and just not submitted, or is it not being tracked and produced? Because when things like financial audits are submitted, it makes me wonder whether it exists at all.
Yeah.
But I would assume we have the financial person here who could speak to, you know, the reporting internally, regardless of whether it got submitted to us, right?
it has been tracked. It wasn't submitted on time from the last meeting.
Okay, so the financial, would you mind outlining some of those deficiencies for us, Director? You've got them up, and I don't.
Sure. So the deficiencies that were noted at the last meeting that the institution was not responsive to were item 2A. The institution did not submit a copy of their Form 303, which was their program disclosures, a financial audit for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2024, a copy of Form 604, selected financial data, instructional and personnel forms for faculty for their courses, a local business tax, and a business occupancy report. They also did not submit their graduation improvement plan in compliance with rule.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So the question is, do those things exist, and did we not get them, or do they not exist? Like, did the financial, or excuse me, the graduation improvement plan of particular note, right? Because the financial data we can probably pull out of QuickBooks in a hurry, but graduation improvement is something that requires implementation.
Yeah, from looking at this list, I can tell you that the graduation improvement plan was put together, of course, didn't exist. The financials existed. If you look at the financials, you can see they're pretty substantial in terms of the entities that they use for that are, you know, pretty substantial. That's normal. The credentials were things that they had but were not submitted, I think, probably in a proper fashion. The Form 604 wasn't submitted but was prepared and submitted with the financials. The Form 303 basically is, do we do any avocational programs? And the answer to that was no. And of course, the business license was available, it just was not submitted. And the fire inspection, the same thing. It was prepared but submitted a later time.
So you guys have been around a little while. This isn't your first rodeo here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because their license numbers.
Yeah, so I'm wondering.
So it was a one-off that happened to unusual circumstances, I guess?
The person that was responsible to submit them did not submit them. That's why we're here today. To
Okay.
be honest, yeah.
Who is
Someone
who
else
is
now
responsible now?
responsible?
Yeah. Who's responsible for this now
Yeah, that's the,
at the school?
Dr. Kimberly Lowe,
Dr. Kimberly Lowe, right.
And what's the job title? What is it? Who is that?
Dr. Kimberly Lowe, she's basically, her responsibilities were to put all this information together.
And she's an employee of the school?
yes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
What's the title, Mr. Harris, of the individual?
It's Vice President of Academic Affairs.
Thank you.
and I'm assuming those job duties are new to her since the other person.
Correct.
It wasn't her that missed it, right?
Yeah,
Is
in
that-
fact, most of the things that had been submitted previously, she had not even been involved with, so, yeah.
Okay. No, but I suppose we'd, so for the, were those duties assigned to the new individual as a result of you parting ways with the previous person? Is the previous person assigned a different job duty within your organization?
She's no longer with the organization.
Okay. Commissioners, is there further discussion?
I think it's more discussion about where do we go from here. Obviously, I think it makes sense to give them another chance. I don't know if I'd go back to the annual. Could we do a provisional instead?
It is an extension of provisional, isn't it?
Is it, or?
It would be, and I can read the language for you if you would like for me to
Okay.
read that out loud,
Yeah,
just
let's do
to
that.
make it
Great, thank
easier.
you.
So it would be, the recommendation would be to accept the annual review for procedural purposes only, find that a substantive change has occurred based on the placement of the institution on probation by the Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges, which is ACCSC, and issue the provisional license through September 30th of 2026, delegate authority to the executive director to return the institution to an annual license through September 30th of 2026 upon removal of the institution from probation, order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to September 30th of 2026, order the institution to provide all correspondence submitted to or received from the Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges regarding the accreditation status within 10 days of conveyance.
Gentlemen, does that make sense
Yes.
to you, all of those? All right. I agree with you, Commissioner Litvak. This feels anomalous for someone who's been around a little while. So if there's no further discussion, is there a motion to grant the pending application for extension of provisional license?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to grant the pending application is granted, and a final order to this effect shall be issued. Commissioners, is there a motion to delegate to the chair authority to review and sign the final order on commission's behalf once the order has been drafted and finalized?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is adopted. All right. Well, we hope that this anomaly is a blip on the radar we can all put behind us. And I know you probably, as much as you enjoy seeing our faces, might not want to come back, and look forward to the doctor who has been assigned to this visiting us in the future.
Correct.
Does that adjourn us? All right. Thank you. This informal hearing is adjourned. Appreciate you, gentlemen.
Thank you all.
All right. Wait, let me back up the page. That's what I've got here. Okay. The next item on the agenda is degree institutional licensure issues. There are 3 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion?
Second.
I have a moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. So before we ask commissioners if there are items they want to pull, is there anyone here from Broward International University, Miami, number 4619, who would like to speak? Is there anyone here for Chamberlain University, Miramar, number 4503, who's here that would like to speak? Hi. You're very welcome to come to the podium, ma'am. And we'll do both of these discussions and still take it by consent at the end, since they're here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Before I leave. Yeah, fair enough. All right. So would you mind introducing yourselves for the record, please?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Dawn Wolversick. I'm the Dean of Academic Affairs and Program Director.
I'm Dr. Kelly Siebold. I'm the Regional Vice President of Campus Operations for Chamberlain University.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jackie Bram, the Senior Manager, Accreditation and Regulation.
Dr. Catherine Holton, Senior Director, Accreditation and Regulation.
Bob Harris, Legal Counsel for Chamberlain University, and this is Ms. Holton's, Dr. Holton's last meeting. She's retiring and going off into great places.
Congratulations. Well, I hope you've got big plans, or no plans, whichever one sounds most fun for you, right?
Big plan.
Okay, good. Well, thank you guys for being here. Let me pull this up so we're all looking at the same thing. And are you guys familiar with the report that was submitted to commission that was then thus provided to us?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have questions or comments about that?
Do not.
Okay. Can you tell me, I'm confident you guys have some operational plans to avoid that in the future, and tell me about what that looks like, please.
Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. So we recognize that our improvements were not working, so we did make some extra safeguards. So we are working on our admissions criteria, academic readiness, especially for college preparedness. We have structured remediation and some early alerts. That's the key, is the early alerts.
How are you, what is the trigger that creates that early alert? We've been talking a lot about this lately. I want to hear what your thoughts were on what you implemented.
So our early alerts start with admissions. So we look at our admission criteria and college preparedness, and we have some structured support in place for anyone who needs that. And then throughout our structured remediation, when we look at early alerts, we're looking at attendance. We're also looking at any quizzes, any standardized exams, and we're really looking at our student engagement.
How do you balance that that admission criteria, with the need for enrollments? And have you altered how you're marketing the program in order to find people in the quantity that you need, but still pass through your newly instituted admission requirements?
Answer that question?
You don't want to cut off your nose to spite your face, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah, our focus right now is executing for our current students, making sure that they're successful. We have not changed any admission criteria, but we want to make sure that there are support systems in place for students that might be identified as more high risk to us. So they're still allowed the opportunity, but we are bringing them in, in a comprehensive way where we provide that structure to them.
Okay, so it's not that you're denying the enrollment as much as you're identifying that they may need some prerequisite support.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
and we
sense.
have a structured advising system that will help guide those students throughout their process.
Have you had that instituted long enough to see outcomes?
Ooh. Catherine, how long have we had the tiered admission?
For
2 sessions.
So not quite, maybe.
Right.
Right. I don't know if that sample set's large enough to be statistically valid, right? How do you feel about it, though? Does the momentum and the students' matriculation feel like it's been positively affected?
I feel that it is. The student engagement is better. We have those extra support systems in place. Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Litvak, you got questions about this?
I just want to say that your plan is really detailed and excellent, so thank you for that. It's nice to see that you guys have tried to focus on this. As you were just commenting, sometimes when you put in improvements, especially in nursing education, it can take 1 to 4 years
Right.
to see those changes.
Absolutely.
So I'm just hoping that you guys, I know you guys are on the borderline for the numbers, and it's not like you're in the 20s, you're just barely missing it each year, but, so I hope this year will be your year to get above the
We hope
national
so too.
standard.
We are confident.
Good.
Yes.
Well, certainly the programs who think of this as a marathon and not a sprint, right? The ones who have a longer view of what success looks like. In a world filled with the need for instant gratification, 1 to 4 years is quite the investment of time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, any further discussion? No. Then rather than taking these items by consent, let's take a motion on this one, and we'll back up to the number 1 in this item prior. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4503?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, ladies. I know you'll
Thank
continue
you.
to do the good work. Let's back up to number 1 in this list, number 4619, Broward International University, Miami. I don't think anyone was here. Commissioners, do you have any discussion for them? Do you represent them as well, Counsel?
I do.
Oh, wonderful. Are you familiar with the staff recommendation we're taking motions on here today?
Yes.
Do you have questions or comments about it?
No, they're doing the best they can.
That's all we can ask, right?
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, any questions for council? And hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4619?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
One left in this section would be Educare and Vision College of Nursing, Melbourne, number 6478. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. I guess they're not here. I'll try not to let it hurt my feelings that you all are leaving now that your business is done. It's going to be a really interesting day. You're going to miss out, just so you'll know. All right. Commissioners, do you have any discussion for number 6478? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6478?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. The next item on the agenda is application for provisional licensure. We always take these individually. There are 6 plus 1 write-in for this section. Number 1 is American Horizon University, Hollandale Beach, number 13458. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the members of the Commission. I'm A.K. Bas. I'm a registrar and librarian. Good to be here.
Good morning once again. My name is Arif Khan. I'm the Director of IT Services and Admission at American Horizon University. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zulfikar Sati. I'm the President of the university.
Thank you all for being here. Have you guys read and had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendation we're taking motions on here today?
Yes, so the only recommendation was to upload the enrollment agreement, and we are fully prepared for that.
Yes, sir, you're correct. There was one contingency of an updated enrollment agreement with proposed programs listed. Are you saying that perhaps since this data has been created that has been accomplished, or you're prepared to finish that contingency?
Yeah, we thought that we will upload after the approval. If it is required before,
Yeah.
we are ready anytime.
Okay, yeah, I think they have 120 days, if I'm reading that correctly. But if you're prepared for that, then all the better. 90 days. Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah, I looked at the wrong one. Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments? So I'm familiar with the area that you're in down there, and I'm interested to hear your plan for student acquisition and recruitment. It's always good to be optimistic about that with just a hint of realism. So can you tell me what your recruitment plan and how you're going to identify and enroll students, what that looks like?
Yes, sir. I started a college in Chicago in 2004. That was a for-profit college called Midwestern Career College. And it was just myself and one staff. And after 12 years, the college was 3 branches, 35 employees, and 300 students. And then I exited and I registered this corporation, nonprofit called Western Tech International University. And then, due to certain sequence of events, I took over another college in California. It's called Stellar Career College. We are in 3 states right now, California, Illinois, and Indiana. And we are a degree granting institution that's again for profit. So I had a dream of this. All my adult life, I have been either an instructor or an administrator. I taught in 5 countries, including US, lectured in computer science. So I wanted to bring the American education back home in Pakistan. Originally, I'm from Pakistan. So this will be my next step. I have been, from 2004 all the way until today, actively involved in for-profit education. And my next dream is to implement these American degrees in Pakistan. And we start off with Florida, Hollandale Beach. It's right in the middle of Miami and Fort Lauderdale. And we already have developed some contacts with the local healthcare. Our specialty is imaging in MRI, radiology, ultrasound, echocardiography, vascular sonography. But we have also, I have a master's degree in computer science way back in 1993. And I did PhD in organizational leadership from Chicago, US, and very recently in 2020, just to learn about being ahead of the university and have it like a global sense. My research was leadership challenges in international branch campus. So I have been in this field, so we have plans, and I'm hoping just like the 2 colleges I took, from a very lower level to a success, we'll be able to recruit students. Yeah.
So you've been doing this for quite some time, just not here in Florida, it sounds like.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It will take, of course, it will take time, and we are prepared. We are not in any hurry. We'll take our time, and have done this in a different arena in for-profit, and I believe in non-profit it will be slightly easier.
So I feel like there's an anomaly on your program list. The rest of those all seem to be symbiotic in a lot of ways, but the logistics, warehousing, and supply chain management bachelors surprised me to see among your other healthcare-focused programs. Can you tell me your logic behind that,
Yes,
that
sir.
blip on the radar?
Yes, sir. So we have this degree in Stellar College also right now, and it's going through the ACCSC accreditation process. We have the state of Indiana approval. The reason for that degree is as we are changing, our economy is changing towards internet-based. And as you see, Amazon has taken over most of these mom-pop businesses and things like that. So the future looks like there will be a lot more people required to learn about how the logistics work. How do you coordinate items coming from China, through the shipping, through the cargo and all that, and travel through the highways and deliver to the prospective customers in a timely manner. So this will be a big development as the year will pass. So that's why it's a little bit out of our normal specialty, but I think this is the way to go. And there are plenty of people available who can help us. So the way I do things is whenever we have a program, I look for someone who has spent significant time, 15, 20 years in the field, have that person as the head of the program, and then just take their guidance and bring in my experience of education and go with it.
Yeah, I don't often see that offered as a bachelor's degree was one of the reasons why I asked. I've seen a lot of AS programs for logistics or supply chains, but as a bachelor's, that's got to be a pretty intensive, in an evolving world of logistics with AI and what's going on in our world. That's why I wanted to ask.
Also, I would like to add in that thing is that we have different tracks involved in that bachelor's degree. We have logistics, warehousing, supply chain. As you know that the current market involves AI as well. I see there is a market in China where a person sits in his home and can operate his logistics and right from his home with just some sort of mechanism. So we want the students to basically learn this fields so that they can succeed and have a degree on that.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It makes a lot of sense. Commissioners, do you have additional questions or comments?
Just as I look through your program, you guys talk about having strong financials, but when I'm looking at the financials, I've got a little bit concerns. How are you going to be funding this? I know someone talks about tuition going forward, but there's a huge investment that needs to be made up front. I see what looks like a loan of $125,000 to kind of support the organization to begin with, but that's not a lot when you think about the LMS system, the library, all the other things you need to do, and there's a lot of programs here. Plus, I think some of these programs may involve labs. I'm not sure, and it says they might. So if you're going to acquire equipment, how are you getting all that equipment if it's not going to be online?
So we have committed $280,000. It is in the budget of personal investment, and then I have submitted my personal bank statement, which is over $1 million.
Okay. So you're committed to fund this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually in the application. $280,000. We already provided the bank statement, and then we have the backup money through our other operation of Stellar Career College.
And do you require any equipment for any of these programs for labs or no?
Yes, sir. So the way we work is, for example, for imaging programs, normally we have machines accept MRI in our own facilities down the line. For MRI, we partner with the imaging centers. So we timeshare with them because MRI machine costs $500,000 or even more.
Sure.
So we timeshare with them. So for example, if an MRI center operates 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, for example, our instructors will go in 5:30 to 9:30, and we normally hire their technologist who works in there. So that way, that person knows how to operate that machine, and that's how our students learn hands-on for the lab purposes. So that's why the imaging programs we have are hybrid.
Okay, thank you.
I would just say, for everybody, because I'm assuming the short-term loan comes directly from you.
Sorry.
The short-term loan.
Yeah.
Just for classification purposes, and I think it eases everybody's mind is if part of it could be long-term. Because when we look at it just kind of black and white, it looks like, I understand as an owner too that you got to put your own funds, but it'll be great to classify because right now it looks like if something were to happen, the school wouldn't have any funds, basically.
Yeah. So we have committed to $280,000, which is sitting in the bank, ready to go once the approval is in place.
I'm just saying, like, maybe for this year, like, speak to your CPA and classify that loan properly so that when...
Commissioner, you want to see that as a shareholder contribution? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, it's a non-for-profit. At a minimum, if it's a short-term loan, for it to have a term, If it's 5-year term, part of it goes into the long term, and the current ratio looks a little bit...
Yeah, creating that as a short-term loan without the revenue has this big liability, even though it's you, technically, right? We understand that. It still makes the books look like you have a large amount of debt with no revenue coming in, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and since it's you could structure it however you like. I'm just saying, not only for our purposes, just for anything. Like if you want to go to a bank, it'll just look better if the loan is structured in a way that isn't payable immediately.
Yeah, if it was 7 years or so, even if it was ammed out at 15 with a balloon at the end or some sort of structure that made it seem like you had lower level of cash burn on a month-to-month basis. And it's not going to change, I don't think, our perception of you going forward, but certainly it'll change the perception of anyone analyzing your your financials,
I think
and the stability going forward.
Commissioner, he probably wouldn't have brought anything up if.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
it's
no doubt.
structured-
Yeah, it's a good
Well,
point to make.
I still, I think the extra $125,000 is not a lot of money to get a college kicked off.
Right.
Especially with that many programs. If you had one program, maybe it's possible, but with so many programs, but you gave me the answer, which is that you're committed to fund this personally.
So the last revenue of our Stellar College was 5 million plus, which I own 100%. So I'm not an accountant, do not
No,
know
I-
much about this long-term, short-term,
Sure,
but
sure.
I'm standing right there. And I have my
No.
integrity, Department of Education knows me by name. I have been in 20 years with the US Department of Education without any problems. I sold one college without any problems, took over another one in 2017, and we are in 2026 right now.
I think and I think we certainly appreciate you coming up here and giving us your background. It's phenomenal, and we applaud your success. It's just when you see this quickly,
Yes, sir.
we look at so much information. When you see it quickly, it's kind of like, whoa, but once you clarified everything, I'm just giving you a suggestion, I guess,
Yes, sir.
going forward. But it doesn't affect anything.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, appreciate it.
Commissioners, anything additional?
Few comments here. I'm glad that you guys raised the.
Will you move your mic towards you? I don't
Sorry.
think we got you cooking.
My primary issues concerns were related to the finances. And first, let me just say, you have an admirable mission, right? Making healthcare-related education available at an affordable price. Just want to make sure that logistically it's feasible and sustainable. I'm not sure if it's my documents, but it seems like there's some budget inconsistency in the Form 606 shows a different revenue projection than the business plan. So it seems like there's a discrepancy there. On the Form 401, it doesn't seem that there's any sonography or imaging credentialed faculty, yet there's 3 diploma programs related to it. I'm not sure if maybe someone with more expertise in that area could speak to that, if that's a concern or not. In the catalog, there's a reference to American Atlantic University, which seems to be a different institution. I would have a look at that. And the enrollment agreement is already addressed in the contingency. So those are my additional concerns.
Yeah. Do you have another institution called American Atlantic?
So originally our plan was to American Atlantic, and we registered it so this Western Tech is registered in Illinois originally, then it was a foreign here registered and then we got this American Atlantic name approved in Illinois, but when we tried to register in Florida, they said it already exists. So somehow that is a typo oversight, sorry about that. So we don't have any institution called American Atlantic. That was the previous name. It is still a DBA doing business as in Illinois, but in Florida we are American Horizon University.
Well, thank you for catching that, Dr. Stefano. It should be a word of caution for everyone out there who's not doing their due diligence on the details within their catalog. What about the staffing that he mentioned? Is there something to address was it stenography? What was the?
Yeah, the sonography and imaging credentialed faculty, there weren't any on the Form 401. You have multiple faculty holding MDs from Caribbean or foreign schools, teaching business, data analytics, logistics. It's kind of a mismatch in a sense. Yeah, so I was just wondering if maybe you could speak about how you're planning on having the appropriate faculty to support the range of programs that you're describing.
Yes. So currently we have diploma programs as well as associate in applied science in diagnostic medical sonography and radiology and MRI in our Stellar College, and they are accredited through ACCSC. ACCSC requires these credentials, and we have all that faculty and meets that standard. Stellar College has been accredited through ACCSC from 2003 onwards until today without any problems or oversight and things like that. So there may be, need to revisit, but we assure you that we will, as soon as we get this approved, we will go for accreditation, and we will follow the accreditation standards as well, in addition to the board requirements.
Well, we deal with the chicken and the egg scenario quite a bit here, understanding that you may need something before someone else provides you, and vice versa. Commissioners, any additional discussion?
Just one comment about for consideration from the commissioners, about your diagnostic medical sonography program. So I saw in your catalog that you do disclose to the students that this particular diploma program, because you are not currently CAHAP accredited, will lead to alternative pathways, that they're going to have to seek some alternative pathways if they do want to sit for that national certification. We have a institution later on for which we are going to make a recommendation for that institution who's kind of in the same position, that doesn't have that CAHAP accreditation yet, to submit a statement to be signed by each student indicating that graduating from an unaccredited program may not make that graduate eligible for employment in Florida or eligible to receive the national certification, just so they're not limited to just trying to find that one little license section within the catalog. And so all students within that program are aware that they're going to have to go through an alternative pathway in order to actually be able to obtain employment in that area. So I would recommend adding that as a contingency to this as well.
Gentlemen, you okay with that? You have questions or comments about?
So the CAHAP accreditation enables students to take the ARDMS exam. ARDMS has several eligibility pathways. For example, if someone has an associate degree in health sciences, they can attend the ultrasound program, and because they have associate degree, they can take the ARDMS exam. The other one is if a person has a bachelor's degree from any institution in the United States or equivalent, they can take the ARDMS exam without CAHAP accreditation. So our goal is initially we will require these as prereq, because for CAHAP accreditation, to initiate the process, we have to be accredited through an agency which is approved by the U.S. Department of Education. So until we get there, these will be the pathways we will be offering to the students. And moreover, ultrasound is not a licensure profession. If there is a tech who knows what they are doing, then they can be hired. So we are happy to incorporate this in our catalog and also in our enrollment agreement.
And to be clear, this would only be for the diagnostic medical sonography diploma program. So we would be putting a contingency in place that a statement is signed by those students that are enrolling in that one program that you're disclosing to them, which you have in your catalog, but that you're disclosing because you're not CAHAP accredited, that they're going to have to find alternative pathways, and this could potentially hinder their employment or their ability to sit for that national certification, just so they have full disclosure of the program that they're getting into.
Yes, ma'am. So we can incorporate that in the enrollment agreement as well.
You're damn good at this. I don't say it often enough.
Did we want to add a contingency that they correct the typo of their school name in their catalog that was identified earlier?
Yeah, I think in addition to what the director outlined, that we'll have the corrections noted from Dr. Stefano.
I mean, it's less of a concern. It was only a concern if it was another institution.
Sure.
Right, but.
Yeah, well, it could be confusing to a student as well, so I'm sure they'll sort through that. All right, commissioners, any other questions? Do you guys have anything else? Any other questions or comments?
We are good with that.
Awesome. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13458?
Motion.
Seconded.
As revised by the director and Dr. Stefano.
Remotion.
Okay.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next item on the agenda is American University of Creativity and Innovation, Fort Myers, number 13594. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
My name is Stephanie Cho, President of American University of Creativity and Innovation.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Yongtaek Min. I'm Director of Admissions for American University of Creativity and Innovation.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Dong-Sung Cho, Institutional Advisor.
Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santor, and Giorgetti.
Thank you all for being here this morning. Have you had the chance to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations that we're taking motions on here today?
We have Chair Williams, and they're already corrected, and they'll be ready for clerk to order submission.
I just had a question around the escalating program of business and technology. It's kind of a broad program title, and how those stack among each other. It's 3 programs with the same name with increased levels of hours, obviously. So can you tell me how those interact with one another?
Yes. First, I want to talk about the name of the university. The name of the university is American University of Creativity and Innovation. The reason is that we believe creativity and innovation is very important aspect for our graduates to gain. So our graduates, we want them to find out innovative and creative way to solve the problem instead of following the conventional way. So we believe in the business world, business in technology, by utilizing technology and finding out the creative and innovative way to solve the problem in the real world. So we plan to offer bachelor's and master's and PhD doctoral program, and we hope we include courses to gain how our students to have creativity in innovation for their practice. So by including those courses, we hope our graduates to gain those. So the title of the business and technology means, and we hope our students to gain how to utilize technology to be more creative and to innovative to solve the problems.
Do you expect to accept students for your master's or doctoral program who perhaps receive their bachelor's somewhere else? Or do you see those as being sort of a prerequisite for one another because of the uniqueness of your program?
These are separate programs. So we plan to offer master programs and PhD program first. For each program, independently, we want to educate our students to be creative and innovative and how to utilize technology in this world. At this moment, AI is very important. So, for example, we hope and we want to educate our students to gain capability to utilize those technology and technology in their majors.
Just following up on that point really quickly, you guys have in one of your programs the Masters of Business Administration. You do have bachelor's degree from an accredited institution, which would therefore you wouldn't be able to take students that went through a lower level program from your institution with the way it's currently written.
Chair Williams, the short answer is yes, they will bring students in from other degrees and transfer in.
But the way you're saying that's written.
Yeah, it says a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution. So that would imply to me that the Masters of Business Administration could only take individuals from other institutions.
Correct.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure you guys are clear on that. Okay.
Yeah. They're not waiting 4 years, right? Okay.
Because you don't need to do it that way.
Right.
One of the, Chair Williams, if I can, one of the innovations, if you will, is that a lot of their students are going to be international. Dr. Cho is a renowned Korean school owner, school director, And a lot of those students are just, they have a hunkering for and a hunger for U.S. education. And that's where this dream was born from the institution to be created. So there's going to be that's why you see most of the faculty members are international. They believe that this institution is going to be a stepping stone to grow and bring students from Korea eventually, once they get things up and running.
And the assets currently committed, we'll have the same short conversation that we had a moment ago. I'm confident that that's an establishment, and hoping to hear, additional funds that are going to be able to support the next 12 months.
Good. You can comment on the financials and the commitment.
Well, in terms of financials, we have a network of universities outside the United States, including those in Korea, in Geneva, and also in China. And I believe that the finance, in terms of finance, each one should be self-sufficient. But basically, there is a foundation in Korea that supports all of these institutions.
So should the institution need funding,
right,
Dr. Cho's committed to putting that in.
Is that foundation you're referring to affiliated with you directly?
These foundations are what I have created myself.
Right, yes. Okay. All right. Commissioners, do you have additional questions?
Just a few comments. First, some kudos are in order. I mean, yeah, you have exceptional faculty credentials here. So that's incredible. Many of the programs are designed in a way to be highly relevant to pressing needs. So that's exciting as well. Competitive pricing, and it does seem, based on what you're saying, to have, if all goes well, a good foundation for international students and clients. As Chair Williams just said, I mean, I am concerned about the 100,000 K in capital to launch 4 programs simultaneously, and you project 420K in year 1 expenses, right? So just something to be mindful of. And a little comment just in terms of the programs. I mean, the catalogs are exceptionally designed. There aren't any internships, practicums, or experiential components in them yet. That might be something for you to consider for the future, just to enrich the programs, and especially in the fields that you're proposing, right? But it's not something for a contingency. It's just something to think about.
And Dr. Stefano, thank you for all that. And I think that one of the issues that we, Mr. Ferguson and myself, always want to advise these schools to learn to walk before they run, and keep the budgets low, make sure that they can deliver the academics the way it's supposed to be delivered, and then start to grow. So that's one of the reasons why you see the budget where it is initially. But thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, if you have nothing further, yes, please.
So just while I'm looking through your admission criteria, and again, this is a suggestion that you may want to look at, it's kind of contradictory. It contradicts itself, because you have submit an official transcript from a bachelor's degree submit official transcript from all undergraduate and graduate institution attended, bachelor's degree from an accredited institution. But down below, you talk about international applicants must hold a degree recognized as U.S. bachelor's equivalent. You may want to try to combine those together. You say or. So you either have to be graduated from an accredited institution, which typically refers to the United States, or hold something equivalent, just so that you're clear to students when they're applying what you're looking for.
Certainly.
I think right now it contradicts itself a little bit. It's just a suggestion. Sorry.
What we tried to do there was try to separate the internationals that are going to come from any U.S. students, and that's why the admissions were written a little bit differently, but we can certainly combine them, not a problem at all.
Or reference it, like we'll just say something like, bachelor given, or, international applicant, see below.
Right.
Just that simple. just so it's not a little bit confusing, because I was trying to figure out what you were requiring.
Sure.
All right. If there's nothing further, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13594?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
We're so grateful. We'll do our mission.
Thank you very much, sir.
Commissioners.
So the next item on the agenda is Holmes University, Florida, Miami Beach, number 13574. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves. Hey, gang's all here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Bustin, Director of Global Engagement for Holmes University, Florida.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Nagel. I'm the CEO of Higher Education for the Holmes Education Group.
Ann Bouchard, Cole Middleton Educational Group.
Good morning, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton.
Mark Murray, Legal Counsel to Holmes University, Florida.
Joey Smith, Consultant.
I appreciate you guys being here. Have you had the opportunity to review and familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations we're taking motions on here today?
We have.
Do you have questions or comments about this?
No, we've already submitted the updated faculty listing and the updated academic catalog.
Thank you for that. I would love to hear about the Holmes Education Group because it sounds like this license would be part of a broader portfolio. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so we started higher education a few decades ago. We've grown over the past few decades to be a multinational private education provider, offering degrees at the bachelor's level and master's level in a number of different countries. We currently have 14 campuses around the world, but this would be our first higher education provision in the USA.
Well, thank you for choosing Florida for your first here.
The weather's amazing.
Can't beat it, right? Is this institution going to be the same as your others operationally, or is it unique in some way that we should address?
Our operations throughout the world are exactly the same. They've worked for a number of decades, and obviously we look at operations all the time, but see no need to change them specifically for here.
And is it your plan to have a single institution in Florida?
Yes. Yeah.
I would assume you're probably looking at other states after.
Possibly other countries.
It's nice weather in Arizona also.
Thanks.
Commissioners, do you have questions, comments?
I'm just curious, can you talk a little bit about the, I think it's a very interesting program, the neurodiversity and workforce readiness?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we do offer education programs in other jurisdictions that we operate in particular in Australia, where we have a Masters of Education degree. This was developed in conjunction with Anne. With every single degree program we offer, we look at the student's appetite for it, the need for it from an employability point of view. And what came out really clearly was the low number of workforce readiness degrees available, not just in Florida, but throughout the whole US. For students who are neurodivergent. So we spent a lot of time with Anne developing that program, which we think is incredibly interesting in terms of getting people into employment after their bachelor's degree.
Yeah, I wish, it really does sound interesting, something I think that is really needed in the US, so I wish you the best of luck with that.
So, there's a reason why they call it a spectrum, right? And I'm wondering how that particular program accommodates such a breadth of, learning modalities and the differences and the challenges that each of those students would face.
Anne can answer that question.
Having worked in that industry for quite a bit, there are a lot of students who want to be able to continue to go to school. The problem is that they range on a great level as they get a regular high school diploma, but they have no other place to go because the modalities that are set out for the colleges and universities are too much of at a high level for them. However, they do have the ability to be able to work in an industry where they are familiar with it because they've lived through the pieces themselves. So these are students that probably have an IEP or a 504. An IEP is an individualized education plan, so that they are able to get everything that they need in order to be successful. By having these students come into this program, they understand exactly what's needed out in the industry. It is a very underserved industry, and the students have absolutely at this point nowhere to go. And I'm an educational specialist by education. I also am a 504 IEP case manager. So I see these students on a regular day-to-day basis, and this program will be able to have people be able to go to school in an area, have them being served other students who are just like them, and be able to have success. And unfortunately, at this particular juncture, it is well needed. It has been documented that it's needed, but nothing has been done in order to serve these particular students.
Yeah, it's interesting to me for a variety of reasons, but I'm assuming that programmatically it's built around accommodating their needs, but also prepping them for the world that we live in.
Correct.
Kind of simultaneously, right? Which those things are
Absolutely.
sometimes at odds with one another.
Exactly. Well, that is why.
So it's not necessarily prepping them for any specific vocation.
No, it is not.
Right.
They have an opportunity to choose where they want to go within that piece. But that is one of the reasons, for example, the high schools across the United States has added, that they have to have a financial management course in order to graduate from high school, because they didn't be able to do that. Our students today, when you ask them for a signature, they print their name because they don't have cursive anymore.
Right.
So this gives them an opportunity to choose the area that's of interest to them and be able to have an education to be able to move in that particular area, accommodating their needs, where sometimes other colleges and universities, we may know that they have a 504 and IEP, and we may give them extra time. But this program gives them an opportunity to succeed on their level while still meeting all the requirements that they need to in order to graduate.
Whose idea was this?
Mine.
And you may not know that I have a son that's on the spectrum. And I think quite a bit about how the collegiate experience that I had, I majored in sorority and minored in keg stands, right?
I love that.
Yeah, and it's not the experience that I think he would find attractive, right? And what you guys are talking about doing here, and thanks for bringing this to light, Commissioner Litvak. What is it now? 1 in 36? Right, some number like that. So
Yeah.
if we're not prepping for the world where people on the spectrum are going to be in the workforce, we're not prepping for the reality in the next 15 years or so, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I can relate to you. I have 2 children of my own that have ADD, and I have a grandson who's autistic. So I understand, and I live through that. And when you see parents, I want my child to be able to get an education to go forward in their own way, but meeting all the criteria. At this juncture, nobody has done that. But there is also one other piece that I will say is that, since I'm given the floor at the moment, is that students who do go to high school have ability to be able to defer their diploma. And by deferring their diploma, what they do is they may walk through graduation, but they haven't picked it up. And there's money that's on the table for them to be able to go to school at any college, university, vocational technical program, or whatever. And then when they finish that, there's money, like I said, there it is in financial aid. It comes straight out of the government they can defer it until their age of 22. and then they pick up their diploma afterwards. This is an underserved community, and I'm hoping that with what Holmes has decided to do, that, it opens some doors.
No doubt. Is this online and asynchronous, this particular program? Are we going to have some?
No, this one's just face-to-face.
Good.
Face-to-face.
That's what I wanted to hear. Yeah,
Yes.
we may be counterproductive otherwise, right?
Yeah, and we're strong believers with education as in work that more can be done, the more time we spend face-to-face.
Yeah. Well, Wyatt's 8, so hopefully in 10 years you'll have a location in Sarasota. That's fantastic.
They're going to be the
Just
leaders.
so you guys know, the application actually says hybrid, but it's fine.
Yeah, that's why I asked. It said online and hybrid, so as asynchronous. I want to, do we have to change any of that if they're doing these things in person? Because it does note online.
Both, yeah. Or are you guys going to do both for this program?
The preference is to do it face-to-face.
Yes.
So, yeah.
No, I think it should be, yeah. I'm just thinking we didn't, on our application, it says online.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably did to make it flexible, because I will tell you that in today's world, that, I would say the bulk of it will be face-to-face.
Good.
Remember, we're trying to train them in order for today's world, right? So they have to be exposed to those pieces as well, because everything today, you have computers in front of you, right?
Yeah, right.
Correct. And as you stated, like things like ADHD, those are very difficult to sit in front of a computer.
Oh, absolutely,
So,
I'm well aware.
Yep.
I would say the way it's currently written
Yeah, I
is
think it's fine
correct
the
for
way
them.
it is. I just wanted to
Yes.
make sure they,
Yes.
Can do we send that adjustment to you, or?
I don't think you have to make you can leave it as is and
Okay,
then teach
it's
as
fine.
much as you'd like
Okay.
in person. You could teach technically 100% in person.
Okay.
So we don't
Not a
need to make any
violation.
revisions to the staff recommendation?
No.
Okay. Well, guys, this has been a great conversation, and makes me proud to live here and see the good work that you're doing, and thank you for choosing Florida for this, and congratulations on your success to this point, and for bringing it to us. Gentlemen, do you have any additional questions or comments?
No.
Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13574?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is Link School of Business Miami, number 13587. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alvaro Scholker. I'm the president of Link School of Business. It's an honor to be here with you guys.
Good morning, Francisco Silva. I'm the Educational Compliance Officer, and just for the record, I'm also affiliated with Washington Lincoln University, license 4001.
Thank you both for being here, gentlemen. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're taking motions on here today?
Yes, we have.
There are 4 contingencies, according to what I'm looking at here, which you may or may not have completed since this data was created. Any challenges with completing those within the time period allotted, I believe 90 days?
Well, regarding the professors, we're on track with that. We're interviewing several of them in order to increase the list that we have already sent. And regarding the fire inspection and the certificate of occupancy, I admit we're having a challenging times with the city of Miami, but everything is but everything is on track, and we will meet the requirements within the next days or weeks.
Yeah, it's difficult sometimes in those major metropolitan areas where your CO and your fire inspection are chicken and the egg for which one you can get out first, and I know that can be challenging. So is this going to be your first institution in the United States?
In the United States, yes. We are established in São Paulo in Brazil. We have a campus there. We've been operating for the last 6 years, and we've become the most successful entrepreneurial school in Brazil.
So how does your program differ from others that aren't focused on self-employment and entrepreneurship?
Very good. We strongly believe that most people are born entrepreneurs, but they are psychologically trapped in employment. Our school subjective is to graduate entrepreneurs by several ways. One is to provide them with the knowledge of business tools, finance, marketing, technology, sales, and everything else, which is pretty normal compared to another school. But we do have another two pillars that differentiate ourselves. One is a very strong, what we call people skills pillar, where we give the students the opportunity to go through a self-management, self-awareness, social awareness, and social management program in order to develop human beings, not only business owners. And we also have an incubator and accelerator providing students with business mentors, relationships, networking, access to capital, and several other helps they might need in order to deploy services or products and create their own startup companies.
So if I read correctly, there's, dare I say, an Ivy League price tag associated with this program. How do those individuals who lack the resources, how is this program made available to anyone who lacks those resources?
Very good. Well, first of all, we target students of the high-end economic class. I said to my folks that if 10% of Miami boat owners give to their children what they give to themselves, we have a market here. But anyway, we're targeting, of course, high economic students, but side by side with that, we have a very strong payment plan for students who can't afford, but they are eager to become entrepreneurs. And the true beauty of the school itself is that generating value through startup creation is much easier than generating value through a salary after graduation. So these payment plans, they consider the value that will be created as equity value in the companies they are creating, so they could give back to the school what the school provided them upfront in terms of education payment.
You mean post-graduation within the venture that they eventually create, right?
Yes. We give them an allowance of a year, and then they have like 8 years to pay back, and they can use their equity as well.
And that debt, for lack of a better word, are you holding that on your balance sheet?
Yes, we are.
So there's no third-party financing involved in that?
It's all proprietary.
And if there's an equity issue to offset that debt, how many times has this been successful so far?
Well, in Brazil, we have several cases. We have 240 startup companies created, and several of them have already paid their debts using their equity.
I'm glad I don't have to do your tax return if you've got K-1s from 240 different institutions coming to you. Good gracious. All right. Well, you know, my reverence for entrepreneurship is well known, and I applaud the work with you're doing. You said something at the outset that I think is important. You said most people are born entrepreneurs, and statistically speaking, that's 70% of us. You know, and that's been proven. That's why so many folks feel trapped in employment. And I applaud you for addressing that. Only 4% of American institutions have entrepreneurship as a major. There's about 5,000 colleges in America. That means about 250 of them have entrepreneurship as a major, which means the message to everyone is that college is to turn you into an employee, right? So I applaud what you're doing. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
Probably along the same lines. My concerns are, you know, for a bachelor's degree in business, it's $270,000, right? You know, we look at return on investment for our students. You know, what are we targeting for their careers when they complete their programs and have successful employment? What does that look like? You know, what are we targeting for them to be able to have an average or a normalized return on investment for such a significant price tag as it relates to the average for the state or anywhere for that matter?
Well, what we have seen, Commissioner, is that the ones who become entrepreneurs and create their companies, the return on the investment they made, it's really, really high compared to anyone who goes to the employment path. And the ones who are going to the employment path, we have observed that they're getting top-notch jobs. We have a very strong relationship with companies. Every class, every subject that is taught at Link School of Business, and I can use Brazil as opening a parenthesis here as an example. We have companies side by side with us. And those professors that come from those companies or the company by themselves, they normally offer jobs to our students. Just for you to have an idea, we have 3 times more jobs offered than students who are willing to accept those jobs. And these are top-notch jobs, so we're not worried with that at all.
The other thing you had mentioned as well is you're kind of targeting or you're going after a particular set of prospective students. Looking at your requirements for enrollment, it doesn't really stipulate anything other than just having a high school diploma, and having the basic expectations to come to school here. So how do you separate, without being discriminatory in your enrollment processes, people who want to come to your school?
Very good question. We have a very selective application process. In order to find an entrepreneur, we have to find skills that are normally different from the regular skills high school provides them. So we're looking for hungry people, if I can say it like this. We're looking for people who really want to deploy something to contribute to with society through a product or through a service. People who are willing to work hard, and people who have great skills of communication and so on. Anyhow, skills that are seen in any successful entrepreneur. That's what we're looking for. So our application process has to be a little different. We tend to pay a lot of attention in the interviewing process, in the life the student had before coming to us. So this is what we look at.
All right. And I guess the last question I have, you refer to scholarship opportunities and refers to your website. So I looked at your website. Unfortunately, that's all in Spanish. I'm not very strong with that. My apologies. But how much is the scholarship able to absorb for students, and who qualifies for those scholarships?
We go up to 85% of the full tuition in terms of scholarship. There is an English version.
I tried clicking. I was doing the
No
Google Translate. I was struggling.
No problem. But anyway, we go up to 85%. Or there are even some cases that we give them a full scholarship, 100% scholarship, and it's completely linked to social needs. It doesn't have to be with merit, but with social necessity.
Thank you.
And one minor clarification. So I believe you've said you're doing 100% in person, correct?
Yes.
So I'm looking at your enrollment agreement right now, and underneath the section of your class schedule, there's one little line that says classes may occasionally be taught online. Because you have only applied for in-person and you have not applied for any online capabilities with the commission, I'm recommending as a contingency to submit a corrected enrollment agreement with all references to online activity, specifically classes may be occasionally taught online, to be struck from that and resubmitted so it is reflecting that this is 100% in person.
Yeah, that will be done for sure. Thank you.
Was it your intent with that sentence, like, when there are, I don't know, hurricanes and you make things available, or was it your intent to actually matriculate online with that?
That was a discussion we had with the whole way the course is being taught, is because we use the LMS just to pair the classes that are taught in person. And so it serves as an aid to students with some reference materials. They can see their grades. And then eventually we thought maybe if we need some class to be taught online, it would be to go through the LMS in a case of an emergency, something like that. But it's not, the plan is not to teach a full class online or anything like a full course.
Okay. So we'll add that contingency to strike that verbiage, right, from the enrollment agreement. Okay. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments?
No.
Gentlemen, do you have anything further? No. Well, it's a fantastic conversation, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13587?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is Rax University, Doral, number 13641. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I do have an update on the final piece that I want to add before they speak. The staff recommendations includes one contingency that has been met. So just to see if it's updated on your end.
Good to know.
Hi, good morning. My name is Luis Garcia. I'm president of the Rax University.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Roberto Perez Alonso. I'm the Campus and Academic Director.
Thank you for being here, gentlemen. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that included one contingency that Dr. Otero noted? Sounds like may have been met.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions or comments about that?
No, sir.
Staff recommendation? Okay. It looks like you really have two programs, each with an advanced option, right? Is it your intent to keep those two as your primary focus programmatically?
Yes, sir. They're the two high-demand areas.
Right. Where did the name come from?
We always get that. The original group that started this idea started in Spain. It's a Rax group. Funny is that they do innovation and technology, of course, and where did all innovation and technology begin? In the racks of a back room. That's the whole idea of it. So it's not an abbreviation of anything. It really is just racks.
There's a medieval torture device called the rack.
Also, yes. But then some classrooms feel like that for some people.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? I have none, and I feel like that contingency is behind us, even though we're going to leave it in place. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 13641?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Have a
being
great
here.
day.
The last item in this section is the next to the last item in this section is United Medical Institute Altamont, number 13549. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, the commissioners. I'm Dr. Ina Lisker. I'm the president and the owner of United Medical Institute.
Hello, everyone. My name is Edward Mostigimi. I go by Eddie. I am the associate vice president of enrollment management.
Thank you both for being here. Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendations we're taking motions on? It includes 3 contingencies.
We have them ready.
Tell me how your accreditation process is going.
So just, I guess I need to note that we are accredited by the Distance Education Accrediting Commission. We just received a 5-year reaccreditation in January. I believe that our understanding that contingency is related to including Florida under that accreditation, which will go through a standard DAC process of submitting a substantive change application, which we can only do when we get the license approval from Florida. But the application is ready, everything is ready to go.
Once you have those approvals and you submit that to Ghayek, how long do you anticipate that will take for them to actually approve a Florida campus to add to your others?
I have to check, but I believe within 60 days.
Within 60?
Mm-hmm.
Are you also KHAP accredited at your other institutions?
So we are not KHAP accredited. The program is not. We have no plans of pursuing that. And as a previous colleague from previous university or college mentioned, the question for sonographers is mostly about the credentialing. And so AIR-DMS is one of the national credentialing agencies. They have 5 pathways for eligibility for credentialing, only 1 reference KHAP. So our students, as many other students, have 4 other pathways to get their credentialing. One of them is called Prerequisite 5, that stipulates that any applicant who holds ARRT sonography credentialing, which is American Registry of Radiologic Technologists, can also immediately apply for ARDMS specialty credentialing. Our program is on the approved list with ARRT, so our graduates can immediately sit for ARRT exam after they graduate and then pursue ARDMS if they wish to do so. And we have a draft of that disclosure that will be added to the catalog and to the enrollment agreement.
And is that for both of your AS program and your bachelor's program? Are both of them in the same category where all of your students would then qualify for your prerequisite 5 to sit for the ARDMS? Or are you still going to have some in prerequisite 1?
So both programs have ART as an option, prerequisite 5, but bachelor degree program also falls into the option of 3B, yes, which is a special prerequisite pathway for ARDMS for the bachelor degree programs in ultrasound technology, which allows students even before they graduate to sit for those credentialing exam, provided they're meeting certain number of clinical hours.
Thank you.
And the other contingency regarding your fictitious name filing, your name is common, so have you been able to navigate that?
We have a formal registration document from the state of Florida, which is a formal registration
That
for that
registers that DBA as a fictitious name?
For that, yes, my recollection is that we submitted that document with our original application. We'll be happy to resubmit it. We understand there might be, in our search, formal search in Florida, that name did not come up as an active entity, but it is our name. We intend to keep it.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that because the name uses terminology that could be common, I wanted to make sure you had submitted it. Otherwise, someone else may be sitting on it, and we have to have a whole conversation about changing it, right?
We have an approved registration
great.
certificate, yes.
Commissioners, do you have questions or comments?
Just so I see that you're currently accredited through, I guess, Distance Education Accrediting Commission.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a branch then? Or this is going to be a completely separate entity? That you have to
So
go through?
it's going to be a addition of a new administrative location. That's how they qualify this particular setup. We will not have any, physically in-person operations in the state, with the exception for clinical activities that will be conducted at clinical sites.
Thank you.
Anything additional? Do you guys have any additional questions or comments?
No, we're just very excited.
Well, I'm really happy that you're here, and thanks for your excitement. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13549?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. So after this write-in, which is the last item in this section, and in the interest of everyone here, we'll take a quick break. I need a second cup of coffee. The day will go better if we do that. But the number 7 write-in is Unitrends, University of Ideal Trends, number 13406. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves. Hi.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jose Paulo. I'm Unitrend CEO, President.
Hi, good morning. Rosalie Pereira, Vice President.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Miriam Hill. I am the Academy Dean.
Thank you all for being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're provided and are taking motions on here today?
Yes, we did, and we are working right now on that. it's going to be sent as soon as it's ready.
Do you have concerns about meeting any of the contingencies within the time period allotted?
No, we don't have it.
Explain to me why this one was written in. Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Well, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13406?
Motion? Yeah.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. That was easy.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, guys, we'll take a quick break and come back at 11, about 10 minutes.
So I was sitting, I'm like, this is really old. I said, I either have to go really close to you or I have to go to the other end of the table.
Yeah, right? I know.
I don't need two mics. No,
Have to keep Javier and Litvak separated.
Who's
Yeah, they need a chaperone over there. All right, thanks for that, guys. We're going to take a break at noon for everyone to have lunch, so we'll try to push through the agenda here for the next 40 minutes or so productively. I think we are on item C, return annual license. The first item, there is only one of the agenda in this section, is Sunlight Healthcare Academy, Long One, number 7907. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hi, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Erna Sanadas McCabe, Dean of Academics.
Good morning. My name is Florette Sanjik. I am the CEO, President.
Good morning. My name is Fritz Sanadas, Financial Director, Sunlight. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wildy Sanadas, Director of Information Technology.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group.
Well, thank you all for being here. Have you guys had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're taking motions on here today? It looks like it includes 3 contingencies.
Yes, we do.
Do you have questions or comments about those?
No.
Do you feel confident in your ability to navigate those? It looks like you have 90 days from that clerked order that's coming out, so the next 3 months to satisfy that?
Yes, Commissioner.
One of those looks like it could be challenging around your clinical site and your signed confirmation. Can you tell us about the progress you're making on that? Because 90 days is a quick clip if you don't have significant progress there.
We do have all of them. We simply need to compile them and submit them.
Okay, all right. And Director, do you know if the on-site visit has been scheduled?
I do not have a date at this time.
Okay, well, I'm confident we can sort through that. The end of that order also includes a progress report in September of this year prior to the scheduled meeting for placement rates. Could you tell us about what you guys are doing to help your placement rates and what we can expect to see whenever you submit that?
Thank you for the opportunity. We are pleased to announce that we've been able to implement and have huge success with our improvement plan with NCLEX pass rate for both of our programs, Professional 100% and Practical Nursing 100%. And so we will continue to, with our improvement plan, and also look for areas of improvement, as well as actively partnering with community partners to seek and assist our students to secure positions.
So you're talking about significant improvement. Can you quantify that for us have you seen outcomes that you can quantify?
In terms of the pass rate?
The placement rate that I was talking about.
Oh, I can speak to that.
Sure.
Okay, placement rate. The reason it's a little low, it's because we send 9 students, 7 pass, 1 fail, the other 2 still in the pipeline, waiting for Board of Nursing. That's the reason why we have a low placement rate. As soon as they get the opportunity to take the exam, we will place them.
Do you feel like you're going to get them over the finish line on that exam?
Oh, definitely, yes.
So the percentages we're looking at doesn't include the folks who have yet to take the exam, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Commissioner Litvak, you got questions for these guys?
Can you talk, as you said, congratulations. I see the great improvement in your NCLEX results. 100% improvement. Can you just talk about what you've done so people in the audience and people listening
yes,
can
Miss
understand
Yana?
the challenges of nursing and how you overcame some of the hurdles that you were approached with?
Again, thank you for the opportunity. Last year, when we unveiled our improvement plan, it focused on enhancing testing, security, and integrity of our testing. That means strict ban on having smartwatches, earphones, and even smartphones in the classroom. We also use secure testing environment by utilizing secure lockdown browsers that minimize web access outside of the exam. We also restricted, we also adopted paper examinations as well with proctors in the classroom that increased that security. Now, in terms of the curriculum itself, we've included NCLEX review at each junction, after each course. We reiterate that information so that they can perform better. And we also do a comprehensive NCLEX boot camp at the end of the program itself that is more comprehensive to prepare them for NCLEX. And also we included NCLEX style questions throughout the curriculum just to familiarize themselves with the environment, the NCLEX examination that they will be taking.
That's great. And again, I commend you on doing such an excellent job. Just for the audience and public to know, security of exams is becoming a very big issue, not only in nursing, but across the board. I would give a recommendation to individuals to look at what you're doing, ensure the results are real. Your instructors will know whether or not someone really got 100. Does it really equate to that? And look into it, because at least at my institution, we have seen that secure browsers are no longer secure. So it's important to know that, and I would almost recommend to people what seems to be going towards is, and I had a discussion with another institution shortly before, is talking about going back to Scantrons, but if you don't go back to Scantrons, taking a look at your systems and whether you own those computers and technology they'll be testing on, because when it's not managed by you specifically, it does open up a window for individuals to unfortunately do something called proxy testing, and this is becoming very big, and I see you guys pointing, like, you've experienced it, and you know, at the end of the day, we are, as educational institutions, are responsible to ensure our results. So congratulations, I'm so glad you did so well.
Yeah, so that's what almost buried us, the proxy testing. Mr. Fritz wanted to add something?
Yes, I was part of the task force who tried to identify what, I'm the financial director, but after we implemented the cost-cutting strategies, we moved into analyzing what we can do to get us out of probation. And so I analyzed the files of the students who did pass, although it was low, and we found threads of data that predicted what did they do. First, we found out T's was very, very important. And it predicted a lot more with the character of the student before they went into the program, more than our exit exam was predicting. So we had, Ms. Erna had to work on the predictor side of the exit, but the T's, while they were in the institution, we had to figure out what was happening. That's when we found out the proxy accessing, because how can the character of the students, how they're behaving, was predicting more than our exit exam? That told us there was clues there to keep investigating and closing these loopholes.
It sounds like we all need to go buy stock in the company that owns Scantron. I was going to ask before you even brought it up. I thought, God, well, you can't really get around that one, right?
Yeah, you can't get around that.
No.
Except the old-fashioned way. But
the revival of the pencil.
The new thing you also have to watch is the AI glasses now, and technology with that, and so even proctoring becoming very important.
Yes.
So congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, you have any additional questions or comments? Do you guys have any other concerns?
No.
I've been reminded by council that I'm supposed to also ask if we have public comment on the matter. All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7907?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. We have Section D, application for annual license. There are 6 items in this section. We are going to take those individually. The first one is Centurion International University, Cooper City, number 13006. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Matt Jacobs. I'm the president of CIU, and this is?
Good morning. I'm Julia Elliott. I'm the academic dean.
Thank you both for being here. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendation we're taking motions on?
Yes, sir.
It, at least at the time of its printing, had 2 contingencies, one being a financial improvement plan that I want to talk about, and then the other one being a Form 604. Can you tell us where you are with each of those contingencies?
Well, the improvement plan is something that is being compiled and will be submitted to our program specialist here shortly. And as far as the 604, that will accompany it.
Okay. So rather than talking about the improvement plan itself, let's talk about the situation that put you in need of the creation of that plan. Can you tell us how that transpired?
Fair question. It's consolidated financials, which we're a part of a church. This was birthed from a church. And so therefore, just like most churches at post-COVID, have struggled to regain revenue. So therefore, some capital improvements needed to take place at the church. So therefore, you had some of the reserves that were used for that, which jeopardized short-term liquidity. But as you see, we did submit a compilation here in the end of December, which satisfied the requirement.
Folks aren't quite as willing to tithe via Venmo or something like that, perhaps?
Well, it's commitment, yeah.
Right. I know when I go to church, I kind of chuckle at the QR code, right, when they're passing the plate, because everyone says, I don't have any cash on me.
Now you have tap to give as well.
Yeah, right, exactly. So I'm assuming that improvement plan, since it's trailing post-COVID, that makes a lot of sense. But have things returned to normal, and you're just sort of digging your way out of that?
Returning, but when you look at the university as isolated, that's not struggling at all. So
Right.
again, but because we're a part of this, whole
Right.
conglomerate, then we see the improvements need to be made everywhere, especially with the church.
Sure. Well, I guess because they're consolidated financials, I'm just wondering if we're going to continue to see that struggle, or do you think there's going to be a return to those consolidations where we can look and not even, I know it's separate, but still we're looking at financials together, right? And you expect that those are going to not put off alarm bells, I suppose, in the future?
Yes, sir, and we'll have that in our financial improvement plan as well.
Yeah. And I think how it's presented, and I could let Commissioner Caballero weigh in on this, it's usually more concerning us when the school itself is bleeding cash and the parent company's appetite for feeding it, right, is assessed. You guys were kind of the opposite of that, right, where the school itself independently looked better than the consolidated version.
Correct, and remember this was an isolated event where you have some capital improvements which are one-time expenses that needed to happen at that specific time. Unfortunately, it did affect the liquidity at the end of that fiscal year.
Yeah. Well, hopefully your accountant's not booking a capital expense or capital as an expense, right?
Instead, we're doing a capital campaign.
Yeah. Okay. All right, there you go. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Caballero, are you satisfied with what you're seeing there?
Yes.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13006?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. And I would like to also extend my regards to Ms. Barbara Davis, our program specialist. Please give her our regards for that, please.
Will do. Thank you for that, sir. Number 2 in this section is Duarte, if I'm saying that correctly, University of Cognitive Sciences, Hollywood, number 13259. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Did I say that correctly, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Hi, this is Aida Duarte. I am the president of Duarte University.
Dr. Jose Otero Consulting Group.
Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendation we're taking motions on here today?
Yes.
At the time of its printing, it looked to include one contingency around an on-site visit, which may or may not have been performed or scheduled since then.
Yes, they haven't come. Well,
Yeah.
they put the date on the 24th, but I was traveling to here.
Sure.
So, yes.
Well, I'm glad you're here instead of there. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sure we can get it navigated in 90 days. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or concerns? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 13259?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck with your on-site visit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number 3 is Gladstone College of Nursing, Davie, number 10269. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Antonio Bazzi. I'm the president of Gladstone College of Nursing.
Ann Bouchard, Cole Middleton Group.
Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group.
Well, thank you all for being here. We're assessing a staff recommendation that included 6 contingencies. Some of these are just fee-related, but others of these look a little more intense. And given your short period of time to complete them, can you expand on how comfortable you are with what we're currently looking at?
Yeah, I guess I didn't really see anything here that's out of the ordinary. The check has been sent in. The clinical matrix, we just need to update it and make sure the agreements are dated, but I think we already checked that. We could update the org chart and the disclosure. We're already using the new disclosure. You're just back. We're using 25 now. You're just looking at the 24 one. And the on-site visit. So I think everything there is pretty much in order.
So how about the faculty listing? Do you have the people that you need to list, or are you still looking for people that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's really just compiling that information?
Yeah.
All right.
Can I ask a question about the accreditation? So are you seeking ABHES accreditation or Middle States accreditation?
I think we've been going back and forth about that because it's a bachelor's granting institution and what's the best way forward. I think currently, we're been looking at ABHES more seriously than Middle States.
Yeah, and that was going to be my recommendation also, because I'm not sure if you'll hit the timelines that you need to get the programmatic.
Right.
Middle States typically will take you, if you're really, really good, 3 years at a minimum, and that would, very rare do they do that. Normally it's 5 to 7 years. Yeah. So that would then put you outside the window to be able to get programmatic. So I just wanted to bring that up as a suggestion.
Exactly, and that's what we had discussed last time. Exactly.
And even with ABHES, chop.
We're working on it.
Yeah, because it will still take time to get that and then still get your programmatic.
True.
Right.
No graduates yet?
Bachelor's degree programs.
No, not yet.
Later this year or first quarter of 27.
Yep.
Well, we look forward to seeing those numbers.
When were the first students enrolled in this program?
It was February of 24.
Thank you.
So the clock is ticking.
Yes, that's what I was
We're
doing
aware.
the math
We're
about
aware.
where you
Yeah.
were.
Quite aware.
Yeah.
No pressure.
No, of course not.
All right. Gentlemen, any further?
Can you explain, I'm just looking, maybe you got a Board of Nursing approval in 2021, and then provisional license in 2023, and then started your first class in 2024. Is that?
Yes.
And
That sounds about right.
Yes.
I think
Just getting the annual license in
I hate to
26.
throw the COVID card on the table, but I'm pretty sure that was
That really was part of the issue, so that's why it's taken a while to be able to get to this point.
Okay.
Anything further, gentlemen?
Question for Director Hirsch. Is the request for the updated clinical matrix here, does this encompass the concern about the distance of the clinical agreement that's on file?
So it does not. So what is in front of you is just asking them to, the current contingency is just that they correct their clinical matrix, which is the document that just shows you the name of it, the date of the actual clinical agreement, and the expiration date of that on there, that they need to correct the expiration dates on there. So no, it does not address any kind of concerns you have related to the distance.
I see, okay. So the Madison County Memorial Hospital seems to be 361 miles away from their location, so it's
How are you guys overcoming that?
Right, so
Go ahead.
Commissioner Stefano, it's an online bachelor's degree program, so most of the students aren't even located near the campus in Davie. They actually come from throughout Florida, actually from Atlanta, has actually quite a few. Dr. Obazi's from Atlanta. I think a lot of the students are people that he initially recruited, so it's actually not as far as it would appear.
Okay.
But we send faculty up there. We pay travel costs and housing costs, and it's covered by us.
So is the idea that you would match students with clinical sites in their area, even if they're attending virtually?
Yeah, and we're on the search for more, obviously, for more clinical sites. It's being unaccredited, it's a challenge, right? A lot of schools, a lot of hospitals don't.
Yeah. I appreciate that clarification. That's very good.
And
Thank
to
you.
clarify a statement that you just said, are you stating that you're paying for the faculty to go there, or are you paying for the students to travel and attend the clinical sites?
So I know that we're paying for the faculty. You'd have to, the students, I'm not sure about.
Most of them live pretty close to where the hospital is. And we had one that lives farther away, and we paid for the airline ticket.
So that doesn't sound incredibly sustainable,
Yeah,
right? So what's the long-term plan for overcoming that?
right. Picking up more clinical sites, which we're working on.
Yep.
We have faculty now in South Florida looking for South Florida nursing sites. And Dr. Obazi is working up in his neck of the woods, which would be actually North Florida for more sites. So
Yeah.
it's a work in process. Yeah.
I know you guys are aware of the challenges related to clinical execution, right, that we've all seen as of late, and I want to make sure that we're not living in a problem, right, and instead maybe seeking some more sustainable long-term solutions.
Absolutely.
We are absolutely
are.
aware of the issue.
I feel like I heard one answer that said students were coming from all over and another answer that said students are pretty close to the hospital.
Yeah, I heard both of that as well.
From
Well,
hospital in North Florida.
Hospital in North Florida.
Okay. So the home office is in South Florida, the hospital's in North Florida, and most of the students are around the hospital.
Correct.
Did I hear you say Atlanta?
Atlanta or Georgia. Yeah. My geography of Georgia is probably not amazing, but they're coming and they're traveling, and so.
Okay. I'm just saying it's 3.5 hour ride from Atlanta to North Florida, so I think that, to your point there, Commissioner. Are you guys facilitating some housing of sorts or travel? Like, logistically, I don't understand how that's successful.
It's successful because the students, well, let's go back. All right, so the theory is online. When they do their labs, they come to Florida. When we do the clinicals, they go to different places. Those things, what we did was we made sure that the students who are coming from different places, and they're around up in the Atlanta, Georgia, Tallahassee area, our tuition is priced at a very low point specifically, and the students knew that they were going to be making payments to be able to go to the clinicals. And that's, the cost of the tuition is like $34,000. It's very low. And most of the students that are ready to complete are at this point are from that particular area.
How many students are currently enrolled in this program?
There is, at this juncture, there is 29.
How many of those are Florida students?
No, I don't think any of them,
Of the 29, I don't
I don't think
there's
there's any Florida students.
Where are they all from?
They're from,
Yeah, many of them from Atlanta.
Okay.
They're so from Florida. Yeah, like the new ones you guys just registered.
Well, new ones.
the new ones. The ones that are ready to graduate are 29.
Yeah.
Okay, and they have a total of one set of clinicals but they have advanced med surg to complete. Okay, that's why we said that they're almost done. So the new ones that we have, there have been a total of, hang on just a second. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Wait, how many?
8.
So is it 29 people plus 8 then in the program
Yes.
right now?
Yeah, we're just
Yes.
enrolling 8 now.
We're just enrolling 8 now.
Those are South Florida students.
And those are South Florida students, and that's why we're in the process of getting a site here in Florida for the advanced med surg, that things. We already have pediatric and all the other stuff here located in Florida.
So your 24, 25 students, there were 28 of them.
Yeah.
They're all Florida students, correct?
No,
No.
those are Atlanta students for the most part.
So on your 801 form that you're providing to the state, it says all of them are Florida students.
8, I don't know about that.
That might have been before my time, so.
Yeah.
So we may need to add a contingency that they
we'll
submit
take a
a
look.
corrected Form 801 for
Okay.
the 24, 25. Actually, let's go back a little further. Let's do 23, 24 and 24, 25 to accurately reflect their students and where they are, the state for which they are coming. But, so just to clarify, since I'm looking at different numbers. So of those 29 students, you're saying that only the new 8 are in Florida. But the 29, where are they from? What states are those 29 students in right now?
Some of them from Atlanta, some from, I think, one from Maryland or Virginia. And then I think another one from Chicago. I think that's it.
And they're all fine traveling,
Yeah.
that's,
They're very happy.
and you're not paying for them to attend these clinicals. They're responsible for their plane tickets, their housing, all of the things.
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, I think we need an additional contingency that needs to be disclosed in your enrollment documents
Fair enough.
and your catalog, that they're going to have to bear the cost of that travel
Okay.
during their clinicals. What I saw was one in Miami, one in Broward, one in North Florida. Those alone are probably a 5-hour drive apart. Atlanta's 250 miles from North Florida, and God knows how far Chicago is. So,
Furthermore, it looks like not all of the required competencies are found at every site. So for example, psychiatric is only offered at a site in Pembroke Pines. So according to what we see here, every single one of these students, without exception, every single one of them needs to travel to Pembroke Pines at their own expense. I mean, which is fine. That's not, that
Right.
doesn't violate standards. But I think the concern is, do students know that when they enroll, that that's an additional expense they're going to have to incur?
Certainly.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They certainly do know. However, I
yes.
can understand why you would want the documentation. So you would prefer that in the catalog,
So
on the enrollment agreement?
agreement.
So your
And a
catalog
disclosure.
needs to be corrected first,
Okay.
because right now your catalog states that students must be prepared to travel to their externship assignments up to 50 miles from the campus in each
I see.
direction.
Okay.
And it
got
says, please note that students are responsible for all costs associated with transportation to and from the clinical site. So you are alerting them they're responsible, but then you have a clause that says it's only 50 miles. So that
Correct.
is very misleading. So
Okay.
you'll need to correct that statement in your catalog.
Yes, ma'am.
But also place that same statement in your enrollment agreement, since your students are actually signing that enrollment agreement. So they
ma'am.
are, so they're well aware that
Okay.
travel is going to be required and it is over that 50 miles.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you recruiting students?
So Dr. Obazi, the students from Atlanta come from Atlanta because of Dr. Obazi's station there. We have just, since we've come on board with Gladstone, we have been recruiting students locally through primarily visiting other schools and getting people to come, go from your LPN, go to a bachelor's, go to a bachelor's. That's kind of our approach to that. We're not doing active, the school itself is not doing active recruiting.
Okay.
We're not. I mean,
Your future plan is to stay more local to South Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what council's pointing out here is because the certain clinical programs are available only at certain locations, that they would be traveling to multiple, not just a single clinical site where they could stay and complete everything. So there's a bit of a world traveler aspect to this, right?
So the travel typically works as this, is that they get the theory online. They come to the campus for the lab, and then from that point from the lab, then they go to the clinical, so they're already there. So it's not, that's the way that it's set up at this particular
If I may,
junction.
and again, this is just to be informative and not
Sure.
argumentative in any way.
Absolutely, I
But
understand.
to give an example, maternity is only offered in Hollandale Beach. Now, yes, I'm from Davie, okay, so
Right.
a drive from Davie to Hollandale Beach is not crazy. But for example, surgical is only offered in Madison County.
Right.
So essentially, the students, at their own expense,
Sure.
have to travel to, both ends of the state, essentially. And so that's what the concern is. There's multiple travel requirements on the
Right.
part of students based on the current matrix of clinicals that we have.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would not agree that this is optimal.
No,
at all.
absolutely, we agree.
So we're working on it, since we've been involved since the fall, right? So.
Yeah, and if that's where, if Atlanta's where you're pulling students from, I mean, there are lots of hospitals to do clinical agreements within, Atlanta. So
Well, that's our thought since we came on board. But as you well know, we have only been on board for a short period of time.
So I think ideally, what you would have, is to have enough sites near the Davie campus that cover all of the required competencies. And so that a student could conceivably make one trip, have one location that they're flying into, and within the, let's say, even like the Tri-County area in South Florida, they could do all their clinicals there. And then if they want to optionally, hey, the competencies are also offered in Central Florida or North Florida, something like that might be something to keep in mind long-term.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Counselor, just, they have to do theory and didactic concurrent. So, yes, it'd be easier if it's by each other, but at the same time, they shouldn't be doing they can't do it all, wait all the clinicals at the very end.
No.
Yeah, so I think they probably know that. Just wanted to clarify. Quick question for the director. On their, this is form again, the program outline, they have checked campus and online, but shouldn't that be other because it's a hybrid program, or am I wrong about that, or does it not matter? Doesn't matter, okay.
That
Just
one
wanted to
doesn't
make
matter,
sure.
thank you.
Thank you.
And just, if you are going to try to obtain clinicals in any other state, please make sure that you're very well aware of their state requirements for clinicals. A lot of them will require you to have their their Board of Nursing approval in order to obtain those clinicals, so prepare yourself for that.
And Georgia especially has very strict rules. Typically, you must be SACS accredited to operate within the state of Georgia.
Well, it sounds like you need to recruit students from near your clinical sites, right? Okay. Any further discussion or questions?
I don't think it needs to be said, but I think the pass rate of that first graduating class is going to
Yes.
need to
Yes.
be, it's going to need to be
We'll do
really
that,
good.
yeah.
We are well aware and we're taking steps.
Oh, yes.
To make sure that works.
Because all these issues we're pointing out kind of exacerbate if that pass rate is low.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Maybe you can get an extra year from the Board of Nursing. We have a high pass rate, and if we don't, we're even more challenged timeframe. So.
We are aware.
So then, you had revisions of updates for catalogs and enrollment agreement. Was there another addition to that contingency that I'm forgetting?
So there's revisions to their catalog and enrollment agreement that we've discussed about your clinical sites. There's also the submission of corrected 801s, Form 801 for both your 23-24 and 24-25 year. I'm not sure if your 23-24 year is incorrect, but if you'll go in there and check that. But it does appear that there are inconsistencies and that your 24-25 numbers that were presented to the commission are incorrect. So please submit a corrected 801 form.
Absolutely.
And I have a third contingency that I think was named earlier about inclusion of the corrected disclaimer in the enrollment agreements.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, then do we have a motion to accept revised as noted by the director and council staff recommendations for number 10269?
Motion?
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Let's work together to get this cleaned up, okay?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
If you are in numbers 4, 5, or 6 for this section, I want to apologize to you because we're going to stop for lunch. We're going to take an hour here so that none of us gets hangry. It is in the best interest of our future interactions with one another. I'm a big guy. I need food.
At what time?
We'll come back at 1. Let's take an hour. Alan, thank you for indulging us for lunch. We left off at application for annual licensure with number 4, which is Grand Canyon University, Lake Mary, number 12839. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. Dr. Kevin Wilhelmsen, the Executive Director for Accreditation and State Compliance.
Thank you for being here today. Are you familiar with the staff recommendations we're reviewing and taking motions on?
Yes.
It looks like 5-ish contingencies that, at least at the time of printing, were outstanding. Do you have questions or concerns about those?
There was one for the site visit that I had a question about. I don't know if that's still on the list.
It is. It's number 4.
We had a visit to that site in October of 2025, so I don't know if it's in addition to, so I don't know if that includes that visit or if it's a...
Can you address that one for me?
So it does not include that visit. So it will be a separate visit.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The other ones look like more formalities, given that your executed agreements and clinical matrix is in place. That could be time consuming if it's not. Do you have those and just need to compile them?
Yeah, we have those. We're just aligning. So we have a clinical partner, Advent Health, that for the 9 campuses that are around the Orlando area. So we're just aligning to CIE's matrix format. We have a different matrix that we have through the partner. So it's just more paperwork that we have to finish.
This location can't be far from here, right?
No.
Yeah. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Well, it must speak volumes about the paperwork you submitted that Commissioner Litvak doesn't have a question about your nursing program. Uh-oh. All right. Any public comment? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12839?
Motion?
Second.
Motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for your patience, sir. Appreciate you being here. Number 5 is Hubbard College of Administration of Tampa Bay, Clearwater, number 13200. If you're here from that institution, thanks for your patience. Please step forward and introduce yourselves.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Benjamin Nagengast. I'm the chair of the board for the college.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariah Nagengast, and I am the treasurer for HCA Tampa.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan LeBeau, Dr. Jonathan LeBeau, and I am the vice president for academic affairs.
So can you help me connect the dots between HCA Tampa and Hubbard College of Administration?
The full name of the college is the Hubbard College of Administration of Tampa Bay.
Right.
It's an internal abbreviation we use to not have to say the entire name.
See, when you said HCA to me within this context, I immediately thought healthcare and, the giant entity of HCA.
Okay.
So I gotcha. That was my fault for not putting it together. You should call it HCAT. That way we know.
Noted.
Right. Have you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with this staff recommendation? The only contingency was an on-site visit.
Yeah, we had the on-site visit on the 3rd of March, and we received a letter on the 16th of March indicating there were no violations, and then we just got an email from Chelsea Sadler indicating that that was sent to the clerk.
Yep. So what we're seeing was obviously compiled prior to that visit. So, all right. Is it your intent to stay in that business administration realm? I like your focus. I'm just wondering what your plan is for the future.
For now, our goal is to move forward towards accreditation. We're already preparing for that. Our accreditor that we are working with now is DEAC. We're not eligible to submit for accreditation until we've been operational for a year, and that will be September. So we're already preparing the documentation and the submissions and the evaluation reports. We attended the conference in October. We're attending the next conference for DEAC in April, Washington, D.C. Our main focus is that, and once we start that process, it's hard for us to make changes to the program during that window. We hope to have that done in about 2 years is our goal. From there, there's different opportunities, but our main focus is to get through that process.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? I have none. Do you guys have anything further? Then do I have any public comment on the matter? The council wrote public comment on a napkin for me so that I would not forget this every time. So hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13200?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck with your accreditation process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 6 and last in this section is the School of Arts and Media Institute of Miami Doral, number 12739. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Herman Posada, consultant. Andres Mejia, president.
Miguel Rodriguez, vice president.
Thanks for being here, gentlemen. How are you today?
Very good yourself.
Good. I think yours is the first staff recommendation I've seen today that has no contingencies. You guys are probably pretty happy about that at this point. It means you've got everything submitted. Do you have any questions or concerns about where this lies, or us taking a motion for what has been recommended?
Very happy of the labor that we've done with the staff.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
We're very glad, and happy of the work that we've done with the staff and all the collaboration and how they've helped us progress.
So before we take that motion, can you tell me if because what you're doing is, film and media related, is there affiliations or connections with actual productions that happen in the state that you guys are able to connect your students with for them to find employment?
Yes.
Yes, these gentlemen have extensive careers in the industry, and they've created a network, and they're talking to local networks and different companies to help them with the students.
Yeah, I mean, I assume Florida's got to be a filming destination, right?
It is.
Yeah.
And it's becoming better now. So now they're trying to bring other productions that left the state finally. So I'm very happy to see some of the productions coming back to the state. We're very happy to see that.
So why did they leave? Why are they coming back?
Some of them, tax breaks and all that, and some of them went, especially for South Florida, they went to overseas, but they're coming back. Now they're doing a lot of vertical, a lot of productions, films, and as a matter of the past 3 months, we're seeing a surge of our production, so we're very happy to see this.
That's interesting. And tell me about your current, what we see trails and shows 11 students from Florida in 24, 25. Where is that now for 25, 26?
Right now, you got one idea of the enrollment, how much we
Yeah,
are?
the numbers? Yes, right now we are the same. Like when we did the report, it's something like 11, a little bit more, 40% it's in Florida. We continue to the same amount.
And do you find these students are entering into the, well, they're all AS, never mind. So, okay. I'm wondering if they are seeking 2 of the 3 that you offer or more than one, or are they students more likely saying I'm going to be in digital cinematography or professional acting or film and television production singularly? Do they usually choose one of the 3, or are they
Yeah,
choosing
basically
multiple?
they will, when they come in, they will decide, what career they're going to select, if it's production or if it's well, sometimes, they feel a track about production if they're doing acting, or vice versa. So there's let me change from production to acting, so it's very easy, so.
You don't know this, but when I was in high school, I won Best Actor in the state of Georgia.
Look at that.
I did. I've got a trophy about this tall. This like the only trophy I've ever really won in my life.
That's amazing.
How about that? Yeah. I feel like I continue to act the rest of my life, just in different ways, right?
Life is a stage.
Dude, put that on a T-shirt. All right. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 1, 2? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I do. So, I'm just concerned about some red flags in the enrollment agreement. For example, Section 20 grants the institution the exclusive right in perpetuity to use the student's likeness, name, picture, and voice for television, radio, video, DVD, stock footage, internet, print, or any other form of distribution. For someone trying to become a professional actor, it seems like they're walking out of there with a big loss in their ownership of their own brand, as it were. It's concerning. I mean,
that's very normal on the, if I may, that's very normal on the film industry when when you give yourself your image and your voice and use it for commercial, TV ad, or a film that we receive, that we can use our face for the remaining less, whatever.
I think perhaps they're referring to any media that's created while they're a student and not exclusivity for what gets created post-graduation.
Yes, because once they graduate, they most likely will get a manager and all that, and whatever is after.
To your point,
belongs to them.
Dr. Stefano, that if it appears that they may withhold that exclusivity post-graduation, that it might be worded better. You know what I'm saying? Because it sounds like they control media that got created while they're a student, and of course you have the right to distribute
it says the exclusive right in perpetuity.
Yeah, but it doesn't say in perpetuity for media that got created while they're a student, which is maybe a clarification.
It does actually, I'm sorry, if I may, it does say that. So it says, we do hereby grant, exclusive right in perpetuity to use my likeness, name, picture, and voice recorded during the time the student is a student of the institute.
Okay, well, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah. So whatever you have that got created while they're a student is yours to do with, right? But after that, they have no obligation
if
to.
anything, maybe, the way this is worded, it might sound like even if the recording is not made by the institute, but it's made by somebody else during the period of enrollment, the institution might, is that the intention, that even if a third party records them, outside of their instructional context?
Well, sometimes we get social media, sometimes that, when you're doing filming or you're doing acting, you actually want to put yourself out there and want to put a lot of the films and all that we do. Because we had the production department, so a lot of the productions they do filming, so they use the actors and all that and their images. We will use it. So maybe we put it in our social media, maybe we put it on the film festivals that we have been doing. So it will be more for in that case.
Well, so, I think the issue might be is that the terms of this granting of an exclusive right doesn't specify, it specifies the time period. In other words, the way I read this, let's say a student on his own time and dime, stars, is featured in a commercial by some third party. It has nothing to do with the institute. It sounds like you're still asserting an exclusive right to use his likeness while he's a student, regardless of who's actually producing or making the recording.
Yeah, we actually cannot use when, something that is like commercial, like Chevy or something, we are not allowed to use any of those materials. The materials that belongs to the School of the Arts and Media Institute, that's the only material for academic purpose.
Yeah. So maybe an insertion of the words, like after the word recorded by the institute. So recorded by the institute during the time the student is a student of the institute.
We're more than happy to add that on.
But I think that only addresses a part of the issue, right? I'm thinking about in academia, maybe it's normative in that field, I'm not sure, I'm just voicing this, but it's the exclusive part, right? It's not that the school can use it, but that the student can't use their own work, even if they do like a school project, developing something. Now it belongs to the school. It's their exclusive right to use it. And it just seems, well, then the student doesn't have the right to use it, even if it was
Okay.
like a project of theirs or something.
So basically, you're saying if the student makes a portfolio effectively of their time at the
They're-
school, can they share that with, prospective employers?
That's exactly what we want. We want for the placement of the actors to use it everywhere, especially for production and films. They need to use it. They need to use it everywhere. But, more in the academic part of it, we want to make sure that we know that, they want to feel secure in some aspect, us as an actor or as a person that is on media. Just want to make sure that someone is behind, your back. And this is more like an academic purpose. They want to make sure that we push them to create something that is aligned with our institution.
Would it work then to strike the word, or recommend striking the word exclusive, so they still have a right to what they're recording at the institution, but the student also has the right to use what
I mean,
they're
ideally, they would write the word non in front of it, non-exclusive, but granting the school the right to use it as you see fit.
Yeah.
But the student can also use it for their purposes.
You don't prohibit them from using it.
Oh, no. We actually want that's the only way that we can get a placement.
So that's
At
conflicting.
the end,
That intent is conflicting with the
Yeah,
language. is
it's
what
very
saying.
hard as an actor. It's different than any other career. As an actor, it's very hard to guarantee our placement. So the only way that we can get that is by demo reels, by the social media. Now a lot of the productions see how the social media, how they develop their social media. For example, if you are in a kids show, you want to make sure that that social media is aligned to the kids show, etc. So if this is used for them at the end, we want them to create. We actually try on the class to make them sure that they create their own demo reel, and it's by little works that they've done, clips of this, clips in drama, clips in comedy, clips in different genres, making sure that they're available to perform in any other genres that they need to, from classics to contemporary.
Yeah, I think we need to do both. I think, Dr. Stefano, you're right. It's easy to say non-exclusive, and it needs to outline what is produced by the school, right? Not just the time period that they were enrolled.
Well, I mean, that said, the institution has a legitimate, interest in not having, say, a competitor, utilizing the images of its students that it itself produces for, the institute's own operations.
Yeah, but, that's...
I think we all want the same. It was unfortunate wording, and we'll be glad to work with the commission to create proper wording that works for both sides.
Yeah, I think you guys have the intent of doing
Yeah.
it. We're all
I
on
don't
the same
think
page. We
anybody's
just got to
looking-
capture it in a phrase.
Nobody's looking to anything malicious.
And how would you like to revise this?
So I would just add a contingency to revise, I guess it's paragraph 20 of the, on page 10, of the enrollment agreement, to clarify the scope of the assignment of rights. And I would say delegate to the executive director the authority to determine when that contingency is satisfied and to issue the annual license upon that determination.
Great.
And we'll work with the institution.
Okay. Well, I take back what I said about not having contingencies now.
We jinxed ourselves.
Too bad. All right, then how about, does that, Dr. Stefano, you go with that? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by council and noted for the record for number 12739?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you working through that with us.
Thank you so much.
Excited about what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
There are no application for extension of annual licenses, which takes us to section F, application for annual renewals. There are 21 items in this section. You will all be elated to find out that I'm going to request a motion to accept these items by consent.
So moved.
However, we do have some polls noted by the director, and we do need to go around the table and see who else has one. Yeah. So, are we going to ask anybody if they want to come forward? No. I mean, for anyone to speak who may want to, because we screwed that up last time. How do you want to do that?
Have a vote on whether we take this action by consent.
All right, do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Pull an item.
Do you want to do the polls before we ask for comments? Okay. All right. Director, I have you as having pulled 6, 7, 13, 19, and we had moved number 16 to section L. Do you have any changes from that?
There are no changes.
Okay. Then, in addition to 6, 7, 13, 16, and 19, Commissioner Litvak, do you have any? Number 11. Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional, thank you.
Commissioner Lynn?
None, the chair just have to abstain from any voting on 19 with my affiliation.
Right. I think that's actually why she pulled that one, so that works out nicely. Commissioner Giuliano?
Just 11.
Just the 11, and if you guys will give me 1 second. I have none additional either. Yep. So does anyone wish to come to the podium and speak to the commission from a school that we did not note? We are going to pull number 6, 7, 11, 13, 19, and 16. But we are going to take an item by consent for the ones that I did not outline. If you're from one of the schools that I did not just list, and you'd like to speak to the commission, we would love to speak to you. Or a member of the public. Yeah, either way. Nobody want to talk to us? All right. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 5, 8, 9 and 10, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, 20 through 21.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Now, number 6 is Florida Health Institute, Fort Lauderdale, number 2926.
Take 6 and 7 together.
Oh, and that is also number 7, the same, just one is Lauderdale and Pembroke Pines, so we'll take 6 and 7 together. If you're here from that institution or either of those institutions, please come forward and introduce yourself. Really? Uh-huh. So I'm going to ask that one more time, and then I'm going to turn it over to council. If there's anybody here from Florida Health Institute, either Fort Lauderdale or Pembroke Pines, please come forward and introduce yourself. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. And Councilor, the floor is yours.
So, Commissioners, as you see, the Executive Director's recommendation at the time of the initial printing of the agenda was to grant these institutions their renewal of their applications for renewal of annual license without any conditions or contingencies. However, we have an important update to both of these schools. They're owned by, they're operated by two distinct companies, but they have the same owner, Mr. Asghar Hossein. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. It came to the attention of commission staff on Tuesday of this week. In fact, Commissioner Caballero pointed out to staff some mathematical irregularities in the financial statements that were submitted by both of these institutions. Commission staff reached out to the CPA, whose name and signature is appended to these financial statements, to ask whether he did in fact prepare and sign them. The CPA told the staff member over the phone that he did not. The staff member then emailed the institutions copies of the financial statements, and on Tuesday at 2:16 p.m., the commission received the following email, which I will quote in pertinent part. I unequivocally did not prepare these financial statements. One was signed on November 5th, my birthday last year, and I was on a transatlantic cruise. I have not prepared anything for these entities in the last 3 years or ever. What happens going forward, this is unacceptable, and I am currently exploring my legal options. So, because we are nothing if not committed to due process at this commission, the commission sent the institution at 4 different email addresses at 3:33 p.m. That was just a coincidence. I happened to send it out at that time. 3:33 p.m. Tuesday, an email to the institution. We forwarded the CPA's allegation to Mr. and Mrs. Hossein, and invited the institution to submit a written response no later than 5:00 p.m. yesterday, and in addition, encouraged the owners to appear before this commission at the meeting. So that was sent out at 3:33. Later that afternoon and evening, we received read receipts. So we do know that the emails were received and read by the owner. Yesterday, the CPA, let me pull up that email. The CPA yesterday sent a follow-up email to the commission. And he wrote, good morning. Just want to let you know the owner of the school came to my office and my staff asked them to leave. Were these the only financials submitted with license information? I have to report this to the Board of Accountancy and need to inform them of any and all falsified financial statements. I subsequently had a conversation with the CPA. He called me and we discussed the matter, and he has expressed his full and unfettered cooperation, will sign any affidavit he needs to, will sit for any deposition, and will testify under oath at any in any judicial proceeding that he did not prepare, that he has never prepared or signed any financial statement for these entities. And that's the update. So accordingly, there is a revision to the staff recommendation.
So yes, so staff would like to revise the recommendation that is in front of you that was granting of the annual license. We are now recommending the following recommendation. Find that the institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license pursuant to Section 1005.318 Florida Statutes and Rule 6E-2.002-2A Florida Administrative Code. And the institution fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to Section 1005.315 and Rule 6E-2.002-1 based on the following. Number 1, the institution has attempted to obtain action from the Commission by fraudulent misrepresentation through submission of financial statements purporting to have been prepared and signed by a certified public accountant who did not in fact prepare or sign them in violation of Section 1005.388A Florida statutes. Deny the application for annual license pursuant to Sections 1005.318 and 1005.381 and Rules 6E-2.002-2A and 6E-2.00611. Order the institution to cease and desist any advertising, soliciting, or recruiting of students, collecting of fees or tuition, and offering of programs under the Commission's purview, except for teaching out currently enrolled students in compliance with Rule 6E-2.0016. Order the institution to conduct an orderly closure pursuant to Section 1005.36 and Rule 6E-2.009 Florida Administrative Code.
I have a couple of other suggestions. I'm going to suggest that the commission make factual findings. I believe we have financial statements allegedly signed by the CPA going back a number of years.
Yeah.
And so that the commission adopt as its own the factual finding that this institution has on multiple occasions actually obtained licensure by means of fraudulent misrepresentation, and then to direct the executive director to refer the matter to the state attorney's office for criminal prosecution.
Commissioners, y'all have anything additional questions or comments?
Last report was 250 students.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of students that are
Yeah, that's a lot of
impacted.
students being impacted.
If that's an accurate amount.
Right. Yeah.
How can we get information about what is actually going on the ground? Can maybe we request a site visit to get a sense for what the actual situation is?
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that, from the director's revisions to the council's additions and our site visit. Well, before we take a motion on this, I want to say thank you to Commissioner Caballero. I miss having the time during these meetings to dig through those financials the way you do so better than I ever could, and thank you for catching those inconsistencies that have potentially revealed much broader issue. Just so thankful that you're on the commission. Thank you. Any public comment?
Somebody's raising
Oh,
their
yeah.
Board of massage therapy and board of
Yeah, that's a good question. Please come forward. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Nikki Good. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for what you found. I just want to make sure that this will get reported to the other boards that this school has been approved by.
Yeah, that's what Commissioner Livak was just saying, is is there a board of massage and
The Florida
dentistry?
Board of Massage Therapy, the Florida Board of Nursing, Florida Board of Dentistry, according to their website.
Yeah. Would you mind introducing yourself just for the record?
Nikki Good.
Thanks,
I'm
Nikki.
with Fortis,
Yeah.
with a good CPA. Licensed official.
appreciate it. No, thank you for bringing that. I think you and Commissioner Litvack had the same idea at the same time.
If
Will
I
you be
may,
here tomorrow?
it is my practice, okay, my historic practice is, once a final order is entered in these matters, I always reach out to my counterparts in any other state agency that has a licensing role in an institution.
Okay, so it's just part of your standard procedure when
Yes.
these come about. Okay, good.
How long does that final order take?
It depends on whether they appeal the notice of intent or not. I highly doubt they're going to appeal this. And yeah.
So if we take that motion and that process is, then there is an orderly closure and an obligation for teach out, right? Yeah, I don't know if those student numbers are accurate, but if they are, that's a lot of folks, right? Okay. All right, anything additional, gentlemen? Then, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendations as amended by council and Dr. Stefano regarding site visit for numbers 2926 and 12733?
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thanks again, Commissioner Caballero. Good stuff. Let's see, what's the number? Hold on. I'm on the wrong page. Yes, 11. Horizon Healthcare Institute, Port Charlotte, number 4378. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Nope, nobody? Okay. Commissioners, we've got staff recommendations that include 10 contingencies for discussion, ranging from clinical matrices all the way down to testers for LPN and RN programs. Commissioner Litvak, do you have anything additional that you'd like to extend beyond the 10 contingencies?
Yeah, just to ask a couple of questions. So
Is your mic on, sir?
I'm always talking soft. And I lean back. The questions that I had was kind of related to, obviously, the 10 that they have there. I'm seeing like a number of clinical agreements missing that are, is that better?
No, you gotta hit the button.
It's green.
Oh, your little light's not coming on. All right.
There it goes.
There you go.
Okay. I was asking questions about the clinical sites that they actually have. It looks like they're missing OB, mental health, a whole bunch of areas. So it's not only just the matrix, it's also do they actually have all the sites they need to offer the nursing programs?
Does contingency number 3 satisfy that concern as currently written?
I think so. Yep, it should be okay.
Okay.
The other thing I had when I was just looking at their program, the program outline, was how they're actually calculating credits, because they appear to be doing 3 credits for their clinicals or practicums, lab and clinicals, and they're saying it equals 3 hours. Now, typically, that would either be 9 hours, or it could be, if they said 1 hour of labs, that would be 2 plus the 6 hours. So it just seems off to me how they're calculating credits on their credits actually appropriated right as they go forward, because it doesn't look like they're actually teaching the hours they need to teach. Because even according to our own rules, for every hour of in-class instruction, you need 2 hours of outside work. The reason why labs and clinicals don't typically have that 2 hours outside work is because you're doing it within the lab or within the clinical. So I think that their credit calculations are off.
And which program is this for?
The RN program, specifically LPN to RN program. No, the LPN was LPN and credits? You're right. LPN to RN, yeah, okay.
Do you think that's how they're capturing in what they're submitting to us, or do you think they're actually matriculating it?
In the chart, it says that. That's why I was a little bit confused by it.
Because if so, they've been doing it that way for a little bit. Right?
It may have been that no one caught it. Sometimes those things can happen. And that would create problems with respect to boards of nursing. Maybe not in this state, I don't know, but other states would have an issue not having enough hours for clinicals.
And they may have actually had it, they're just not recording it correctly, or they're not actually having it? We don't
One or the other,
Yeah,
yes.
one or the other, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's, if someone was here, we could ask that question.
Yeah.
Get clarification, but if that's possible to make a contingency to understand what their program outline actually looks like and how they're calculating clinical or practicum hours into the overall credits.
Good catch.
As you say many times, it takes a village, right?
Man, it's awesome to have you guys are such experts in your field, and it's awesome to collaborate with you on this. Anything else that we caught out of this in addition to what will become an 11th contingency from Commissioner Litvak?
I'm just looking at their nursing assistant summary for their pass rates. And as you go through the chart, it's, 2021, they had 16 grads, only 5 took the test. 2022, they had 22 grads, only 1 took the test. 2023, they had 10 grads, only 1 took the test. 2024 and 25, they didn't put their grads in, but they have at least 16 and 25, and they're showing 4 took the test. I was going to ask them this question, but why do we have so many graduates and so few take the test? And if so few are taking the test, how do they have a 90% placement rate? Because they can't be placing these people if they're not taking the test.
Right. Is it in the number 10 contingency?
It is. Does the number 10 contingency, does that satisfy, at least for them to provide us written explanations of that?
So number 10 talks about the lack of testers for the LPN to RN and practical nursing. I'm looking at this nursing assistant program. So
Would you like to add that one as well?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And like I said, I'm a little mystified. If their grads aren't testing, how do they have such a good placement rate? Where are they placing them? But it's 90% pretty much for last year.
Yeah, one or the other of that can't be, or it's not going to balance, right?
Right.
I mean, if they
I mean,
didn't
if they're
test,
not-
how can they
they're
be placed?
not getting certified in the program they took, how are they working?
Yeah. Good catch as well. All right. Any public comment? Then, Commissioners, if you have nothing further, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by Commissioner Litvak and Commissioner Giuliano for number 4378?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. It's awesome to catch these things.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Okay, just based on the comments I was hearing, did the commission want to order the institution to appear?
Yes, I think that would make sense.
Is there a particular meeting you want them in May? May virtual meeting?
Sure.
Okay.
I like in person, but I'm okay with that.
The in-person's in, I don't know.
The in-person.
You'll
we
have
don't
to
have
wait
tell-
till
It's
July.
too long.
You don't want to wait till July, right?
All right, till
Yeah.
May.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to add in order to appear the May meeting? Gosh, what was the number? I'm on the wrong page now.
At the risk of adding more.
Hey, we still got a motion of it. Bring it on.
And how do we get them to justify that placement rate when I'm having a hard time? So
You order them to appear and order them to explain, and the notice of intent will explain why you want them to appear, and I will incorporate that concern in the notice.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, so we add the test takers to number 10, but the placement rate can be the reason for the order to appear?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, then do I have a motion to amend the previous for
You
number?
know what? I'm sorry. I'm gonna make one more recommendation. I'm gonna suggest, and I have strategic reasons for this, that, or at least open this for a discussion, finding a substantive change, finding that these concerns amount to a sub-change. So you give them a provisional license, and then you can make a condition of that provisional license, they're appearing in May.
I love that idea.
Now, unless the executive director can think of a reason why not.
You go with that. Commissioners, you are okay with that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they have so many open and outstanding items that it's
Yeah, no
pretty
doubt.
substantial.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the second motion, okay, actually, to be really technically correct, there should be a motion to reconsider the prior vote.
All right, then do I have a motion to reconsider and possibly amend the prior vote for number 4378?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. So now, word
Okay,
how you would.
so now we're reconsidering it, and so based on the discussion, the motion is to add, to add the 11th contingency, okay? In addition, to find that, the incompleteness of the application, as well as the concerns that were raised in the previous discussion constitute a substantive change, issue the institution a provisional license with these 11 items as contingencies for the provisional license, and then to add as a condition of licensure, so not a contingency, but a condition, that the institution appear at the May meeting to address the commissioner's outstanding concerns over these issues.
And also for item 10, your contingency 10, to add to that we also are seeking information related to the Certified Nursing Assistant Program.
Right. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept the reconsidered staff recommendation as noted by council and the director for number 4378?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. I really hope we see them in May. All right, I think next is 13. McKenzie University, Hollandale Beach, number 12514. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. It doesn't look like anyone's here. Commissioners, you've got a staff recommendation that finding that the institution has failed to be in full compliance and hold an annual license and recommending a denial of this renewal. I think there was a change of ownership, and that resulting substantive change was not navigated by the new ownership, so to speak.
Commission staff was not notified of the change of ownership or change of control pursuant to the Florida statutes and Florida Administrative Code. This institution has failed to demonstrate that the financial structure of the institution is sound with resources sufficient. The institution's June 30th, 2025 financial statement shows a net loss of $42,925 for the period. The institution submitted a financial statement for the prior year. They did not submit a financial statement for the prior year in compliance with Rule 60-2.0046B. The institution submitted financial statement was prepared for a period of 7 months instead of a full year. The institution failed to submit the financial statements of the controlling principles of the institution in compliance with the rule. The institution failed to submit Form 606 to accompany the June 30th, 2025 financial statements in compliance with rule. The institution failed to submit Form 801 for the July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 reporting period in compliance with rule.
And there was a 7th. If you're trying to get it all for the record.
Yes, I did. The institution is using a fund, or non-refundable fee for the admission and registration of students that exceeds $150 in violation of Rule 60.
Yeah. Okay. Anything additional that you guys would like to add on to the findings or questions? Councilor, you got anything additional for these guys?
No.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the annual renewal for number 12514?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to 16 is being moved to section L. If I got this right, I think we're jumping to 19 now. 19 is Universal Technical Institute, South Florida. Hey there.
Hey, good afternoon.
Miramar 9036. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thank you, everyone.
Would you mind introducing yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Edward Rito. I travel light. It's just me today. I'm the campus president.
Oh, thanks for being here, and thanks for waiting around all day to talk to us. I think we pulled this one because Commissioner Lynn is not able to take that by consent.
Understood.
Do we need to know any deep secrets about him while you're at the podium that we might want to know about?
I say we open it to public comment.
I like you already.
I can't do that. I can't do that to him.
He's bigger than I am. I don't know. I don't know if I want to open that door. Or do you have any questions and comments for the commission?
I do not, sir.
Okay. I think the only thing that was here was a progress report.
And I understand that has something to do with the calculation of how our programs are. We're accredited by ACCSC. All of our programs exceed benchmark for there. So I know that some of the new programs, as they came on in the calculator, the students are considered active, but they're not yet ready for graduate status. So that's why it's showing the lower rate.
Is that something we can accommodate and how that?
So no. So our placement, or all of our rates, are defined by rule. And so he's running into a cohort issue. So when he does his progress report your progress reports for these rates,
Yes.
he'll need to explain that to us. And when he believes that he will have the cohort that will match our definition, so he can accurately report what his actual placement is.
Okay.
And we have a little bit of time with that too, because we have an HVAC program that just started. So we're going to see this continuation a little bit by programs as we add them to our program mix.
I think this rolls all the way into September, so there's a
Yes.
little time there, yeah. Okay, or at least 60 days prior. All right, then knowing Commissioner Lynn is abstaining from voting, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 9036?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here and helping us with that.
Thank you, everyone.
And sir, just for the record, I realized that I kept saying your placement. I didn't want to scare you. It's not your placement, it's graduation.
The graduation.
It's correct. I know
Yeah.
you said it correctly, but I did not, so I wanted
That's
to.
okay, it's interchangeable, completely understood.
It's graduation rate, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I think that took us through the end of this section to G, application for license by means of accreditation. There is one, Hobie Sound Bible College, Hobie Sound number 2577. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself and navigate that whole accreditation process and don't want to talk to us about it. Oh, hey, there he is. He's here. I was worried you weren't here. We wanted to hear about your journey.
Sure. My name is Dr. Aaron Hamilton. I'm the Chief Academic Officer at Hope Sound Bible College.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. You are the only school in our LBMA section. The director and staff's recommendations included 4 contingencies. Are you familiar with those and comfortable with what those expectations are?
Yes.
Yeah, these look largely administrative. Well, congratulations on your LBMA status. I know that probably felt like giving birth.
Sure.
Commissioners, do you have questions or comment?
None.
You don't have anything additional? Okay. Well then, is there public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2577?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, sir, and congratulations. The next is Section H, Annual Review of License by Means of Accreditation. There are 7 items in this section. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you have any you would like to pull?
No.
Commissioner Lebeck?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stefano?
None this time.
Commissioner Lynn?
Nope.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
All right, neither do I. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section H, items 1 through 7?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to I, application for program approvals and modifications. There are 8 in this section. The director has asked, well, before we talk about those, do I have a motion to take these 8 by consent?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. The director has noted that she would like to pull numbers 2 and 5. Are those the only two that remain? All right. Commissioner Litvak, do you have any additional?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
Commissioner Iuliano?
No.
Commissioner Lynn?
Nope.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional, thank you.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for section I, items 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to number 2, which is Energy Mendez University, Orlando, number 7859. It is 2 and 2A and B for the record. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your patience. I know it's late in the day.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Camacho, Director of License, Compliance, and Accreditation.
Yvette Perez, Associate Director of Compliance. Thank you.
Carmelo Torres, Vice President for Finance Affairs.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alex Rodriguez, Associate Vice President of Enrollment Management.
Patrick Heyman, Dean of Health Sciences.
Dr. Aisha Brizola, Director of Allied Health Sciences.
Ana Maria Gonzalez, Director of Technical Programs and Continuing Education.
Dr. Norma Ortiz, Academic Director, Academic Dean.
Did you guys all come in the same car?
Bobby Harris, Legal Counsel for Energy Mendez. Now, we hired half of the people just this morning.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys, this is a team effort, and I'm glad to see you guys all coming together. Hopefully it has been a learning experience for you today. It always is for us. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations, I suppose for both A and B, including the contingencies associated with them?
We have.
Do you have questions or comments about those?
We do not.
Director, the floor is yours.
So I actually pulled this just to make a correction to staff recommendation. Thank you for pointing out that in the actual staff recommendation in front of you for all, it's 2A and B, that your current staff recommendation says grant approval of the Health Services Management, and then it says diploma program. This is an Associate in Science program. It's correct on all the other sections, but we need to modify where it says diploma, that is an Associates in Science program.
Does that make sense?
It does.
To everybody? Okay. I learned that last night, by the way. I got a piece of paper from University of Georgia that I've been calling a diploma my whole life, and apparently it's not a diploma. Didn't know that. Is that the only revision that you needed in addition to the outstanding contingencies, right? All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
I've got a question just about the nursing program. So I know it's moving from, I think, 67 credits, if I got that right, to 72, which I don't have any issue with. Is that going to result in a new NCLEX code from the Board of Nursing, or that remains the same?
We don't anticipate that it will.
Okay, thank you. Only question.
This is totally off topic, but I'm curious to see a master's in agribusiness sort of shoehorned in among the other more usual suspects that we see there. And just for my own satisfaction, can you guys tell me where are those folks going to work? And it seems like maybe a small departure from what you do. How does it fit within the broader scope of your programs?
In agribusiness. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. The Master in Agribusiness is actually under program evaluation at this time. It is not one that have had so many students as we would have liked. So right now, it is an online program with less than, the cheat sheet we have. I can give you the actual number in a second, but it's not running. It's a very small amount of students. Not necessarily because as it compares, and your proper question might be one of the issues with the program, but we have it under evaluation.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I applaud you for, I think it's likely imported at places across America.
9 students is the number.
Yeah, it was just looked like, remember that game, which one of these is not like the others? And when I looked through, that one looked like it was a little different. And
It stood out.
yeah, right, it kind of stood out to me. Are any of your other programs performing at a level that have caused you to place them into evaluation status?
Not quite. We are closely monitoring all of our programs to serve the trends and the public and our student body, but that's the one that I can tell you for sure.
Do you think you're going to stop accepting enrollments for that?
At least right now is a moratorium, internal moratorium, so
Just
we don't
internally?
have.
Okay. So we may see you in the future removing
You
that
will
from
see,
your,
yes,
okay.
indeed.
We'll see. Okay, good. All right. Then, do you guys have any other further questions or comments?
Not at this point.
Any public comment on that matter? Bob, you don't want to miss a chance to speak. Here's your opportunity.
Yeah, I want to say one thing. These people are great to work for, and the fact that they all came here for this meeting tells me a lot about these good people.
I love it.
That are here, so that's all.
Well, you guys look like you work very well together. I'm excited to ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the director for numbers 7859, 7860, and 7861.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good work. That moves us to number 5, Florida Academy of Nursing, Miramar, number 4622. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Telfer. I'm campus president for Florida Academy of Nursing, and this is my colleague Kayla Wright. She's our chief of staff, and Kayla's actually amongst our first graduating class. She graduated from our ASN program in 2014, and then the BSN program in 2019.
I remember that from previously.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Well, thank you both for being here, ladies. Director, I know this was one of your pulls. Or by proxy, it was Commissioner Litvak's pull.
So the school is seeking a new PN program. And when you look at the history of the school from 2014 through, basically 2020, you've got rates that it's basically at, make sure I get the right order here, 66.67, 30%, 45%, 29%, 40%, 34%, and 27% in NCLEX pass rates first time, substantially below what the national averages are. They closed the PN program. I think they did it voluntarily. But when I look at those and I even look at the clinical agreements and other items, I've got serious concerns about reapproving this program. And even at the RN level, I believe they just closed that program also because they had results of 34%, 69%, 54%, 43%. They did recently have 100%, but that was in 24-25 with 1 and 2 testers that take them back in time to the previous years. So there's been a history here of not being able to meet the standards necessary. They've had the program open not once, but it looks like multiple times as I look at this and then go through the data. Oh, sorry, I think I reversed the PN and RN on my sheet here, so I may have. But the data is showing both in the PN and RN level not being able to meet their criteria. Plus, I have some questions concerning the advertising that they're doing on their website. They do list a practical nursing program at this time. I know when you click through it, it does say we're not accepting applications at this time. That, to me, is a little bit misleading because it's implying that they have a program and a program that's approved, which is not at this moment. And then when I also look at the clinical agreements, they are very, very old, dating back 7, 8, 9, 10 years, but yet they haven't really been offering these programs for a while. So I'm wondering whether any of those are actually truly exist anymore.
Ladies, can we start with the passage rates?
Sure,
of
sure.
his concerns? I'll let you address that first.
Yeah, I'm not sure, with all due respect, where Commissioner Litvack is getting those numbers. Those are not the numbers that we have from the Florida Board of Nursing. So for example, in 2016, our pass rate was 100% for the PN program. In 2017, we had no testers.
I reversed it too.
In 2018, our pass rate was 100% for the PN program. In 2019, we had no testers. In 2020, COVID, the entire state dropped to 67%. We were at 69%. That was the first time in 4 years we had under 100, and it was a COVID year. And even though we were at 69%, overall we were at 100. So even though our first-time passers during 2020, when the entire state of Florida was at 67, we're at 69, every single one of those students passed. So the only time we had under 100% was the COVID years, 20 to 23. 24, we bounced back right to 100% pass rate for 24, and in 25, we're at 100%. So from 2016 to 25, we're at 100% pass rate for the PN program, except for 20 to 23. So I'm not sure where those numbers are coming from.
What information we're looking at and what you're referencing.
Because I can pull it up.
And what I just told you, you can verify with the Florida Board of Nursing.
Yeah. So when I pull up the Board of Nursing reports, that's not what I'm seeing. I did mix up, and I apologize for that. I read the RN ones out first, and I mixed the two up. The PM, what I have down, looking at the reports that were produced by the Board of Nursing, was for 2019, 34.29% with 35 testers. 2020, 69.23% with 13 testers. 2021, 54.17 with 24 testers. 2022, 43.75 with 16 testers. And then 2023, no results. And you guys voluntarily closed the program. If you had 100%, why were you voluntarily closing the program?
So why do you think we're seeing the difference between...
His second set of numbers is consistent with what I just said. Let me break it down again so that we're all on the same page. 2016, 100%. 2017, no testers.
Hold on, just stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you see?
I don't have 20. I didn't go all the way back to 2016.
Okay.
I went
How far back do you go?
2019.
19?
Yep.
What do you have in 19?
34.29%.
Let's just take it slow, because this is serious stuff, and our school is high performing. So I'd like to take it slow if it's okay with you guys.
Please. That's why we're just trying to figure out why the disparity in data.
Sure. Let me take it slow. 2016, as verified by the Florida Board of Nursing, we had 100% pass rate in our practical nursing program. Easy to verify. Okay, publicly available data. 2017, we had no testers. Why? Because our program were 16 to 18 months, so our students tend to finish every other year. Okay? 2016, 100%. 2017, no testers. 2018, 100%. 2019, no testers. First time we dropped below 100% in several years is 2020 during COVID. Every school in Florida was low that year. This was 2020. Why was every school low? You couldn't get a testing site. They closed them. When they opened them back months later, there was social distancing. Students could not test. So the entire state of Florida dropped to 67%.
And I think you two agree on the 69% for that year, by the way.
So the entire state dropped to 67. We were at 69, above state average. But when you look at the overall, when you pull the raw data from the Florida Board of Nursing, I know because I emailed Sherry and asked for it, every single one of our students passed. So even though we had COVID, and we were at 69% for the first time since 2016, our overall pass rate was 100%, completely verifiable with the Florida Board of Nursing.
So are we talking about the same program, and are you seeing the same numbers since? Because I know we can't see the 2016 and 17 and 18 numbers, but we can see from 19 forward, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So what Mr.
So like, but when you say the entire state of Florida did poorly, that's not an excuse in my opinion. Not the entire state of Florida did not do poorly.
For
And
once in a
testing
lifetime
was available.
pandemic?
2020, testing was available. Our students still tested. They didn't shut down all of testing, especially in the state of Florida. So yes, there was a drop in the overall NCLEX pass rate across the entire nation, but that 10% mark goes off that national average. So as a
What
national
was the
average,
national average that year, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But let's say it was, I don't know. I'd have to go back and go look. It's been a while.
Yeah, but it's a national average
It's a national
comparison,
average,
not a
correct.
Florida
And-
average
Yep, and it was
comparison.
affected by everybody.
Right.
But still, I believe at that time, you guys still did not meet the numbers, and you were 10%
With all due
below.
respect, Mr. Litvak, nobody did. Nobody in the entire state of Florida, as
I
an
can tell you that
overall-
my college did.
As
So it's not that nobody
Mr.
did.
Litvak,
Yeah.
overall, and this is verifiable, if anybody jumps on their computers right now and looks at the 2020 pass rate for the entire state, is what, 67%. If we're in a pond, right, and every fish in the pond is being suppressed to the point where the entire state is at 67%, I don't think you can fault my school for being 2% above that average. We're at 69.
But it wasn't the entire state, and there were states, there were colleges and universities in the state that offered PM programs that did very well.
But that's not the metric it compares it
Yeah,
to.
that's
It's
not the
national
metrics
metric.
anyway,
So
it's
the
the
state,
national
it's kind of
average.
irrelevant. We're not talking about the issue at hand, if you don't mind me saying.
Right,
So talking about 2020 and the testing associated with that is not necessarily what we're talking about.
But I'm in agreement with Ms. Litvak. In fact, that's where we agree. From 2020 to 23, which are the years impacted by COVID, those were the only time between 2016, so 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. In 9 years' time, the only time we were under 100 were the COVID years from 2020 to 23. In 24, we were back to 100%. In 25, we were back to 100%.
So what are you saying your number was in 2021? 100%?
Between 2020 and 2023, those were the only times we had low
Okay, but
pass rates
you're
because
being
we
very
were impacted
disingenuous.
by the COVID years.
2024 and 2025 had one tester in 2024, which was from 2022, where they graduated. In 2025, you had two testers. I'm not really sure, because one of them says 1976 is when they graduated, and that makes no sense at all. And the other one says 425, but my understanding was the program wasn't even open at that point. But even if you take the 2022 test and put it back to the 2022 results, you were at 43.75. That would only raise it up to maybe 45%. So when I'm looking at the education and what you're teaching, there are serious concerns that I have. Plus, when you combine that with the RN program and the low results since 2024 that I did go all the way back to, you're seeing a pattern of not being able to sufficiently teach the students. And I'm here to try to protect the consumers, which are both the students and the general population. The numbers that you have are substantially low.
Sir, I respectfully disagree. We've graduated successfully, and I can bring the exact number for you. It's a little under 200 who are licensed practical nurses. We're a small school, right? So we have small cohorts each year. We have a little under 200 licensed practical nurses, because whether it's first time or overall, we're graduating scores and scores and scores of successful nurses. Like collectively, all of our grads care for 100,000 patients each year, and collectively they make $30 million a year. So I think if you take our scores out of context and you take out COVID, you can make that argument. But when you take things in context, we're a high-performing school.
But COVID or no COVID, it was your responsibility to teach those students and ensure they were qualified to graduate and pass the NCLEX.
But Mr.
So
Litvak, what I'm
COVID-
saying to you
COVID
is
is not an excuse.
Sir, we're not making excuses. What I'm telling you is 100% of those students that year passed the NCLEX. We fulfilled our responsibility to consumer. We fulfilled our responsibility to
But
the
you
state.
just admitted that in 2021, 2022, that you did not have those numbers. It was not 100%.
Sir, with all due respect, again, things are being taken out of context. What I've said to you, and I'll repeat myself slowly, from 2020 to 2023, only 3 years in 9 years that our first-time pass rate were, let's say, dialed down because of COVID. But when you pull the reporting, hang on, from the Florida Board of Nursing, because I did, sir, I reached out to Sherry, and I said, I know COVID has impacted my pass rate, but want to see what our true performance is. Can you give me my overall? 100% of the students passed even though the first-time pass rate was impacted by COVID because we could not get our students into testing centers because most of them were closed, and the few that were open practiced social distancing, what I'm saying is all of those, and I can pull the raw data for you, all those students passed. Okay. So when you say I'm failing to meet the needs of the consumer, I respectfully disagree because all my students passed.
So let me ask you a broad question, because I don't have the depth of knowledge that either of you have about nursing programs. If you're such a high-performing school, why did you relinquish your RN and your ASN program?
Because, so let's take the PN. When our pass rate softened for 20 to 23, like most schools, you know, think Mr. Litvak was the exception to that rule, it appears, but most schools across the state of Florida were at 67%. So I reached out to the Board of Nursing and I said, hey, COVID impacted the entire state. Because of COVID, especially for 2020 and 21, we had low pass rates. Most schools did. I said, could the state consider making an exception, not just for Florida Academy of Nursing, but for all schools that were impacted during the COVID years? And she said, respectfully, the Board of Nursing decided not to make an exception for any school. So because they wouldn't make an exception for our COVID years, which, again, out of 9 years, we only had 3 with softened pass rates, and those were the COVID years. When she said she would not make that exception, I said, then respectfully, we're going to close our program. And we waited and reopened and went back to performing well with our graduates. And you don't have to take my word for it. Everything I'm telling you is corroborated by the Florida Board of Nursing in their reporting.
Well, no, I'm just thinking as a business owner, I don't close programs that are high performing. So
No, but they were those 3 years. Remember,
so I'm trying to get to the reason.
Sure.
So because they didn't give you an exception, you closed the program? That makes no sense. Was it because you were trying to avoid being put on probation because of your performance? What was the real reason?
Sir, those 3 years out of 9, 2020 to 23, when we had softened pass rates, of course, and this is many schools in Florida, right? The majority of schools, I know Mr. Litvak is the exception, but the majority of schools had low pass rates.
You keep saying that, and it feels like a dig, and it makes it feel like you're very adversarial with us, and it's not helping your position here a lot, because we've already heard you say that 3 times now, so don't keep making that point to us, okay? We were present in the room when you said it the first time. Please continue.
Okay, well, let me apologize. I don't mean to sound adversarial, but I am passionate, so then let me apologize for that. Let me take ownership of sounding adversarial because I don't intend to, but I am passionate because I know we have great performance. So I am passionate, and maybe I sound defensive because we've graduated hundreds and hundreds of nurses, right, who are doing incredibly well. Our overall pass rates have been incredibly well, right? So I am passionate about our performance because I take this job personally. So I don't mean to sound adversarial. So, right, if you have 2 or more years, which we did, those COVID years, we're susceptible to them closing us down. That means we'd be relinquishing control. If we closed ourselves, then we can open back up, which is what we did, and go back to having good performance, which is what we do now. We don't have that many students. We had 7, 4 tested, all 4 passed. So we're at 100% in 24 and 100% in 25. We're a tiny program now.
So I'm going to summarize some of this conversation just for the commissioners, just because we've been throwing a lot of numbers out there and we've been going back and forth. So just for the record, under the Florida Board of Nursing website, which is what I'm on currently and looking at, in 2020, the PN program at the time was 69.23% with 13 testers. In 2021, it was at 54.17% with 24 testers. In 2022, it was at 43.75% with 16 testers. No testers in 2023. In 2024, it was at 100% with 1 tester. And in 2025, it was 100% with 2 testers. So that is the numbers that are in front of you. That is from the Florida Board of Nursing. So I think the concerns that are in front of you from the commissioners, if I may, is that it does appear that you closed this program because you wanted to avoid being placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. So you went ahead and voluntarily closed it, taught it out, and now you're seeking a new PN program. What makes this PN program different than what you did before? Because I understand that you made 100% for those 3 testers is what it looks like, 3 testers.
So for 25, I'm seeing 4. If you look at each quarter.
It says 2.
It says 2.
We just opened it. Okay, I'm going to open it again and take a look, right?
Sure. So
Is
it
there a
has
possibility?
2 delivered and 2 passed. So not 4 total, just the 2 delivered and 2 passed. Do you see it? And it has April through June of 2025 and July through September of 2025.
Right. And keep in mind, we haven't taught that program since 23. So you're looking at the tail end of the train out.
Correct.
Right?
So, but it still is the same question that they're asking you is, so if you're training out this program and you had 3 pass, which is great, but the majority, so if we're back in, and I understand that it's COVID, but the majority of those, we have several students that were not passing. So what is different about this PN program that you're putting in front of the commissioners for consideration that is different than the last PN program, which didn't do well during the COVID years, didn't do well, that led to you wanting to close that program down and restart it?
Okay, I think that's a great question, and if I may. Number one, in the absence of COVID, at a first-time pass rate and an overall pass rate, we had strong performance. When you look at the years outside of COVID, so it definitely impacted us. Number two, to answer Ms. Hurst's question, we made a lot of significant changes, right? Our program is 1485 hours, right? It is significantly long. We're implementing Kaplan. We're implementing ATI, exit testing. We're using UWorld. The students have to hit 76% and above in order to pass. We're continuing to implement the HESI. Students have to score 850 or above to pass. But the new things that we're implementing with this program, the things that are brand new, is the ATI exit exams and the Kaplan program to complement the work that our instructors are doing.
Were those things not in place?
No,
prior?
we didn't have ATI or Kaplan prior. Those are new for our program.
That's the problem. Those are not curriculum. You're talking about as third-party testing products. So all you're trying to do is say, well, you don't meet a third-party product. You're not talking about at all how you're actually teaching the students. All you're talking about is that I'm going to test them more to make sure, and they'll pass the test and they're going to be out of the program.
Did you change any of your curriculum?
We updated, we update every 5 years. Every 5 years, we go back and review the curriculum. We take our program advisory committee input. And so, yes, our program is revised and updated for currency. But I think the gist of where there's a difference of opinion is the majority of our testers have passed and are doing well, right? And I think if you take it out of context, it doesn't appear that way. The majority is, even the old program performed well, except for the COVID years. The new program, we've definitely revised for currency. And the Kaplan program, it has tutoring, and Kay can speak more to this. It's a companion program. It's not just exit exams. There is tutoring, there are exams. We've also implemented PassPoint, which gets the students up to a mastery level. So for example, PassPoint we have for every subject, right? So let's say we teach the student, let's say MedSurg 1. They have to reach a mastery level of 8 on PassPoint. A lot of the times after they finish MedSurg 1, they'll be at 4 to 5. But between the Kaplan tutoring and what we tutor, they have to climb from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8. And we don't have them move on until they've hit a mastery level of 8. So we do have a number of things, and I can, provide an itemized list that we use to support the students. But the truth is, and the numbers tell the truth, a great majority of our students have done well in that program, except for the COVID years.
For clarification, is the ATI an entrance examination?
So the ATI is an exit program. So we're going to start using, and honestly, it's us studying what the competitors who do well. I'll be honest, I learned about ATI from HCI College, right? That gentleman turned his school around when I watched the meetings and I saw that he did a good job and he has between 90 and 100%. And I called a number of his grads who I knew and said, hey, what is he doing? And they told me he's using ATI exits. So we met with the vendors from ATI and that's why we implemented it. Because we want to have consistently high pass rate. We care very deeply about how our students perform. So
Have
we
you-
look at competitors who do well and we try to emulate what they're doing well.
Have you made any changes in terms of your criteria for entrance into the program to try to be more selective in who is enrolled in this program, people who are more likely to pass the NCLEX?
I think we do have an entrance exam. The students have to score 70% or above in order to enter, but we're happy to look at that if respectfully the commission thinks that maybe that's too low, or we're happy to revisit that and consider even bumping up that pass rate. But again, I think the crux of our difference is the belief that the majority of our students haven't done well, but in fact they have. We've graduated, and I can get that number for you, but it's a little under 200 practicing licensed practical nurses.
But I'm looking holistically at you right now, and I'm looking at what you did in the RN program, what you did in the PN program. You've had these programs running for a long time. And in the RN program, again, you really never had any numbers for what I saw, again, my data could be wrong, going all the way back above, I think the highest was 66%. And what you're failing to understand is that you're talking about third-party products. I'm familiar with PassPoint, I'm familiar with ATI, HESI. These are supplemental tools. The question I have for you is, what did you change in your curriculum? Are you now training your instructors better? Do you have a new faculty development? But really all you're talking about is what third-party products can do, and that's not what you're supposed to be using. You are responsible for the education, not the third parties.
So can I,
No,
let me make
agreed,
a suggestion here so that we could move forward. Yeah, we approved an RN program, right? So what we're talking about now is an addition of a PN program, because the RN is already in existence, right?
It's already in existence.
Right, it's already in existence.
I got concerns about it, but.
Right, so we've already approved something that's more intense and more complex and longer. I think the broader question is, if things get difficult, are you just going to close these programs again?
Sir, with all due respect, Mr. Litvak said we closed them multiple times. It's not true. We only closed that PN program one time.
It's an easy question.
I
If
said
things
PN,
get-
I said PN and RN.
Yeah.
PN we only closed once.
I didn't say multiple times. I'm just asking easy questions. If things get difficult, are you just going to close these programs again?
No, that's not a strategy for us. The program has been successful for multiple years outside of those 3 COVID years. So no, we don't. The things that we've implemented, and he had said, hey, what are other things? So for example, we brought in I don't want to say her name out of privacy reason, but we brought in somebody who ran a nursing school in Ohio and had exceptional pass rates, and we brought her in to train our teachers. Right, so there's so many things that we're doing. I mean, we're here only for a few minutes, but we're happy to make a list of all the things that we're continually doing to make sure we have strong
I have no doubt about
results.
that, and I think we could probably find some middle ground and move forward here. I guess what I'm trying to say is, the process of closing a program to avoid the negativity associated with any challenge, global pandemic or not, right, is not something that we're interested in repeating over and over again.
Absolutely.
Right? Schools get put on probation all the time, then they fix their internal issues, they bring those scores up, and they're no longer on probation. Because there's been dozens, if not hundreds, of schools that have come before this body on probation who didn't relinquish that license. They figured out what they needed with that program, they raised the scores, and they made it through it. So you're the only person, I've been sitting up here like 4 years, you're the only person I know who said I closed it to avoid that negativity. And I'm just wanting to make sure that recourse is not your go-to recourse, because we're not in the habit of approving and removing and approving and removing when things get tough, because it skews the perception of quality.
Understood,
Because you're taking
sir.
a window, a snapshot of time, not looking at it holistically, which is, I think Commissioner Litvak's good-hearted in trying to look at this holistically and not within the anomaly of 1 year or 2 year. So I guess that's the question, is the PN program less intensive than the RN? We've already approved. I'm not opposed to it, so long as we understand that, removal of these programs in the future when times get tough are likely going to result in me personally, not wanting to add them back, because that will constitute a pattern.
Sir, I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I think context plays a role here. Had I not done that, my students would have lost financially. They were getting assistance, and I wanted to make sure that they succeeded. If the Board of Nursing closes a program, that's a negative event that the accreditor is going to take into consideration, our regulators are going to take into consideration, and those students were at risk of even losing aid and at risk of us successfully training them out. It was a very difficult decision to make.
Excuse me, ma'am,
That's the whole point of accreditation.
I wanted to make
all
sure
those
that they
things
were
is to ensure-
successful.
If I may,
And what you're trying to do is you're going around the rules to avoid.
We're not,
take
sir,
a step
with all due
back
respect.
for a moment, and you just try to hear between the lines what our underlying concern is.
Mhm.
I think it's more important to speak directly to that than to go in circles around how we're interpreting, these things, right? So what I guess we're looking for from you is a sense of resolve and commitment that if you're going to do this, you're going to stick it through, and when it doesn't go right, you're going to work hard to fix it instead of jumping ship. Right? And you could say, well, I didn't, my program was great, and I decided, that's fine, right? And I had a conversation with my son yesterday after he looked at pitches going down the plate and he didn't swing and he got struck out, and he tried talking to me about how the pitches weren't good, and it sounds like a similar conversation. But anyways, the point is, look, we just want to know you're going to stick to it, and that's it. And you can go in circles, but that's not going to really answer that fundamental question for us.
Absolutely, we're here. If you could see the amount of work, even during the break, we were outside of the restaurant, going over how to improve our programs. We're continually improving our programs. It's hard to represent that for a few minutes, but if you ask me to give you a list of all the things that we're doing, I don't want low pass rates to begin with. I take a great deal of pride in how my school performs. I don't even want them to begin with. So we spoke to this doctor. Her name is Dr. M. I'm happy to bring in her bio, and she's the one that's going to come in and teach my instructors to get them to perform even better. We're always looking at continually improving. So no, it's not a habit, sir, and it's not something we plan to do in the future.
But I guess if you want to push it further, just to think this through, all right, you're implementing XYZ tools, assessments, it helps. If they don't work, then what, right? Well, essentially, we want to know that you're going to commit to figuring it out regardless.
Absolutely.
And working hard because your students deserve that.
And sir, the majority of them are successful. That's what I'm trying to show you. Even when you look at overall, even that year we're at 69, all of them passed. And I think that's the disconnect. We are successful. It's just you have to take things in context.
I don't think that's a disconnect. I think the question is when your students aren't successful, that you're not going to give up on them, right? I think that's
absolutely not
the point here.
Right, because even that year when we got 69, I hired a tutor. I had a tutor to work with every single one of them, and that's why by the time they tested the second time, they all passed. So I'm saying to you, the question you're asking me, which is a great question, is supported by what we've done in the past. There's no way to get all the students to pass at 100% overall pass rate if we hadn't. I brought in a specialist to tutor them for 4 months to get them to retest to make sure that we don't give up on them.
It would be a lot easier and more convincing than, rather than trying to re-narrate the past, if you were to affirm those commitments right now and say, and this is what we're doing to do this, and that's...
I can affirm those commitments. We're doing it, and we have done it.
I'll interrupt the conversation real quick just so we can continue to move on. I know we have quite a few behind Ms. Delfer today. So from what I'm hearing from all of you is that there is desire from the commission to demonstrate to the commission that this PN program is going to be different than the one that you closed back in 2024, that per the Board of Nursing numbers had some poor passage rates. So they are rightly confused or concerned related to those passage rates. So what they are seeking from you is reassurance that this PN program is different than your old PN program and that it's going to lead to successful outcomes for these students. And even if it doesn't, that you are not going to just abandon ship and these students are going to be left out there trying to kind of scramble for something else. So my suggestion at this point for the commission would to be to issue a 90-day licensure delay, move this to the May meeting, give Ms. Telfer an opportunity to provide that documentation to the commission to demonstrate the difference in how she is improving this PN program that is different than your old PN program, as well as address some of the commission questions and concerns related to your website with the PN program that it's advertising, even though it's saying you're not accepting students, to remove that, as well as to fix some of the concerns that you have with your enrollment agreement. One of the best ways to do that, because they are very old, they do appear, I mean, you have some rolling ones, but there are some old ones in there, is to submit an signed confirmation. You can do it from that signed confirmation from each of these clinical sites older than 5 years, verifying that that clinical agreements is still valid, or getting us new clinical agreements as well. But at this point, I would recommend delaying this to the May meeting and then allowing Ms. Telfer an opportunity, if she would like that opportunity, to address some of these issues and come back so we can have a more fruitful discussion around this PN program. And therefore, we can have a conversation once you've given us some documentation.
It might be helpful to also, like, this is almost, if our numbers would have been going this way, we would have gotten an improvement plan to see an improvement plan. What is it you're going to be changing? Not just, hey, I'm going to use third-party products.
Wow.
What are you actually going to be doing to make this program different?
Ms.
Are you teaching different courses, different clinical sites, different hours, different books, additional training? There's 1,000 things that can be done to say how we're going to get it better.
If I may say something, what's painful about this session is the majority of our students have been successful, and I feel like we're being punished even though we've been
And
successful.
you think this is about veracity, and I think it's about tenacity. I'm not questioning how many people, you've not heard me ask about your passage rates at all, but you quit when things got really hard.
Sir, we did not quit. That's the thing.
You voluntarily relinquished license because you knew you were going to get put on probation. You said it yourself.
No, sir. It's the opposite. The reason was to protect my students, right? The reason was to protect my students.
So you say that like your accrediting body is going to swoop in 40 days after you have poor passage rates and remove your accreditation. I've been on here long enough that I don't know that I've ever seen a school lose their accreditation. I don't know that I've ever seen it happen, but I have seen a whole lot of them get put on probation, a whole lot of them. So that fear is unfounded in my mind. I personally haven't seen it happen in years. And we've had people before us today who were on probation. So you decided to end that program.
Sir, if the program is ended, the students wouldn't have gotten the help for me to give them the tutoring to get them all to pass. That's what's painful. I stuck in there, and but it's okay, let me step back. I stuck in there and got every single one of those students to pass, and I can get you the raw data.
Because that's your legal obligation by being a licensed institution.
Sir,
you don't get a cookie for that. That's what you were supposed to do.
But sir, I'm being punished for being successful. That's what's painful about the session. That year, we had 69% pass rate, 100% passed.
So again, I'm not talking about your pass rates. Yeah.
No, sir, we're talking about the PN.
So you think you're being punished and you're not. If you listen to the culture and the tone of this body and how we interact with everybody who comes forth, it is about student success first and foremost, and then it is about business success on a very close second right on the heels of that. We are not a body that punishes people. We're a body who is here to look after your best interests as a second, only behind students' best interest. And I think everybody who's heard us hears that culture and that tone. No one's here to punish you.
Sir, if I may respond, I've observed this commission, and I've even said to Kayla, I think they're amazing. I actually think you guys go above and beyond to help schools. I think you're amazing, but sir, I'm telling you, those 3 years I had low pass rate during COVID, I had 100% of my students pass.
You keep going back to that, and
But
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. So you need 3 months to figure this out. We're going to put this to May because you're not listening to us, and we need you to go back and process. This is a public record. You can go click on the link and listen to yourself over and over and over again, say the same thing without really addressing our concerns. And you can put it on replay over and over again and listen to yourself. And then let's come back together when you've had a time to address the things that the director mentioned that have nothing to do with your pass rates, by the way, so don't bring those up again. And let's get it into a position where we're all talking about the same challenges and how we're going to overcome them rather than comparing what challenges exist.
Agreed, but can I ask something with all due respect? Could, what you're asking for, Ms. Hurst, rather than a 90-day delay, could it be a contingency? And I will provide those quickly for you. So for example, I wasn't given an opportunity
Can I
to
pause
answer
real
the
quick,
renewal.
Ms. Telfer? Because I think we're going around in circles. I don't think that at this point that what they are asking for is easily placed in a contingency. I think they want to have you come back in front of them and you provide us documentation in the interim demonstrating what you were saying at the podium and then allowing them to make a decision based on the documents that you submit to this commission that are demonstrating differences between the old PN program and this PN program. So I would also advise at this point that if you commissioners agree to this, that we would vote on a 90-day licensure delay or deferment to the May meeting.
May I make just a note, just of advice? Whenever this commission alleges misconduct, which is not the case here, okay, the commission bears the burden of proving misconduct, which we're not doing here by clear and convincing evidence. When it comes to licensure standards, the burden is on the applicant, not on this commission. The burden is on the applicant to prove by a preponderance of evidence, that means it's more likely than not, that the program they're applying for is organized to provide a sequence which leads to the attaining of competence in the respective area, as well that it conforms to the standards and training practices generally acceptable for the occupational or professional field for which students are being prepared, and that includes that they will achieve licensure passage rates that are in accord with the standards set by the legislature of the state of Florida. So from now until the May meeting, the commission is offering you an additional opportunity to prove by preponderance of evidence that your proposed PN program meets that standard. So this is an opportunity the commission is giving you. It's not a punishment, because they could vote right now to issue a denial. They're giving you however many days that we need for them to submit the materials, and that's something that actually I think we should work out now, what the deadline is for them.
30 days before the next meeting.
Is there a way in the request for the materials to ask for a clear comparison of the old program and the new one? Because as we keep going around and as she keeps telling us, with all due respect, it seems that she was making the case that there doesn't need to be a difference because the other one was excellent.
100%
Right.
of my
And
students
so-
passed.
I think we need a clear comparison between the two.
Yeah.
So-
And thanks for chiming in and making his point with that.
It's also not a small thing that they're advertising the program on their website, and who knows where else. That's not a small thing, that they don't have this approved program, and it is as big as can be on the website. And so they need to cease all advertising for that program, not just the website.
That's correct. Okay, so from what I'm hearing, the proposed motion is that the commission shall issue a 90-day licensure delay, order the institution to appear with this application at the meeting on May 28th or May 29th? And May 29th. Oh, sorry, I'm just taking a look at the calendar.
She's going to be
Okay.
May 28th.
I'm sorry, May 28th, excuse me. May 28th, no later than, okay, immediately cease and desist all advertisement of a PN program on the institution's website and any other social media accounts. No later than April 28th, okay, the institution shall provide materials documenting the changes that have been made and the differences between the former PN program and the new PN program, and we'll spell this out in detail in the notice, in the clerked order. Excuse me, it will not be a notice of intent. It'll be a clerked order. As well as documentation that the proposed clinical affiliation agreements for the PN program are still valid. Is that correct?
Yeah, with updates, anything that's older than 5 years must be updated.
Wow. So can I just say, because I didn't get a chance to address that, if you look at those agreements, they auto-renew, and we use those spaces, but because our
Well,
clinical
how are
part-
you using those spaces if there's no one currently in the program?
Sir, with all due respect, and I can provide attestation from the people who run, the directors of all
That's
the
what
staff.
documentation
That's what we're
means.
asking you to do.
That's what
Proof, not
documentation
promise.
means.
Thank you, do that.
Yep, perfect.
But
That's what documentation means.
But we have all of this already. That's what I'm saying. It's okay.
The commission is asking for a signed confirmation that those clinical agreements are still valid.
But they say auto-renew.
The commission is asking for signed documentation that those are still valid.
In other words, how does the commission know that they have in fact renewed, right? How does the commission know that? How does the commission know that 5 years ago these institutions have not sent you a letter terminating the agreement? The commission wouldn't know that. So the commission is asking for something, some kind of confirmation that they're still valid from the clinical setting.
Sure, that's not a problem, sir.
And that's the motion. I mean, it was everything.
I think it's everything.
Wow.
Okay, then, do I have a motion to accept the revised staff recommendation as noted by council for number 4622?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here. We look forward to seeing you in May.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say that we don't have 6, right? All right, section, hang on a second. How much more do we have here? No, let's just keep going. Section J is motion for extension of license. There are 3 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you want to pull any of these 3?
No.
Commissioner Caballero?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
No.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Then do I have a motion to accept Section J items 1 through 3? Excuse me, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section J items 1 through 3?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. There are no items within Section K. And there are 10 in Section L, plus the one that we moved over from Section F. So 11 total, and we are going to be pulling some of these, but I think we could, I mean, gosh, it's almost easier to, it's really, then do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I have noted here numbers 2, 3, 5, 10, 11, and number 9 is moved to the May. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, number 9 is being removed from consideration at this meeting and will be placed on the May agenda.
Right. So then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for numbers 4, 6 through, for numbers 1, 4, 6 through 9, and 12. Nope, there is no 12. So it's just 6 through 9. 6 through 8, because, okay, let me do that again. It's 1, 4, and 6 through 8, because number 9 was moved to May. All right, do I have that motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then that lets us to jump to number 2, which is Bethesda College of Health Sciences, Boynton Beach, number 4597. Hi. Please step to the podium and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Amanda Murphy. I am the Assistant Vice President for Nursing Education.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Melissa Brew, and I am the Program Manager for Nursing Education.
Thank you both for being here and your patience. I know it's late in the day. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we are taking motions on here today?
Yes.
All right. When this was printed, there was one contingency and then a substantive change fee, but that may be different now, to your knowledge. Do you have questions or comments about that?
No, that fee's already been started in the pay.
Yeah. So then really just the institution's faculty for the bachelor's level general education courses, that one's still outstanding?
Yes, and we did a little run through while we were sitting here. We have 3 DNP prepared, 2 PhD prepared, 2 MSN prepared, so we meet the standards for a nursing program.
Okay. So, tell us what's going on with your radiologic program.
So our radiography program has been in existence since the 1960s. We are accredited through the JRCERT. JCERT continues to look at 5-year first-time pass rates. In 2021, there was a low pass rate, and that is bringing down the overall average. We've known this for a few years. As you mentioned, we have already put in place an action plan. That action plan looked not only at our admissions procedures, so we looked at how we were admitting students and which students we were admitting. We also reviewed our curriculum and our outcomes and just recently updated both of those. And we are very pleased to say that last year we've continued to gain speed with that. Last year we had 100% pass rate, and we will have our graduates this August who will sit and take the exam.
Does that rolling, that 1 year, it rolls over a broader average?
It stays on there for 5 years, and it just kind of eats at you. It is different from nursing. Nursing does a lot. Look at things like that. It is the one thing that still sticks out in our school that we have to continually look at. So it is an average. Again, 2021 will fall off when we get our 2026
So it's a
graduates.
rolling 5-year average on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's new.
And I appreciate what you just said about all the things you're doing to work on this, trying
thank
to
you.
improve it.
Thank you.
It was anomalous within your other performance years. You said you had been doing this since the 60s. Had that ever happened before?
It actually hadn't happened before. I think it was a combination, I hate to bring up the word, but of COVID, but also there was a change in the program director. So he retired, so we have a new program director, and then again, just looking at overall how students learn, and we implemented some new digital technology, which aligned with how they're taking their test and their certification licensure now, and that's been a vast improvement.
When does JRCERT meet?
The joint radiologic, oh gosh, joint review.
Oh,
on
no, I'm sorry.
radiologic
When
tech-
did they meet? I didn't.
Oh, when do they meet?
I realized you were giving me the acronym. When do they meet? The date.
When does JCERT meet?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So our students will test in late August, early September. I've already talked to the director there. As soon as they pass their test, we just send in those results. It has to be in by October 1st. That's the date that's on the paperwork that we received. And then they will meet, they typically meet in November and December, and we get that notification in January. So by January of next year, we will be off probation and be ready to go.
That was my question.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand
No,
the
that's
question
fine.
at
I
first.
appreciate the timeline for that. But that's where I was trying to seek when you believe that you will be off of probation with them
We will get the official, so she said it can be unofficial, right, when we turn in the numbers, but officially we will get that paperwork in January.
Okay.
Commissioners, you guys have additional questions? No. Comments? Public comment? Do you guys have anything additional questions or comments?
No, sir.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4, 5, 9, 7?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, ladies. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you, sir, for protecting nursing. Thank you.
So numbers, gosh, I got to go back and look at my list because there were so many. Number 3. Bright Med Health Institute, Davie, number 5509. Okay, if you're here from that institution, please come forward, introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Elijah Merizo, the president at Bright Med Health Institute.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Jean, the vice president of Bright Med Health Institute.
Mark Murray, legal counsel to Bright Med Health Institute.
Joey Smith, consultant.
Christopher DeSalvo, consultant with the Aquinas Network.
Thank you for being here, guys. Tell us what you did, Director.
So we do have a staff change to Bright Med Health Institute. What you have in front of you is a grant the annual license and issue a provisional due to the termination of the institution's nursing ASN program by the Florida Board of Nursing. Upon reviewing documentation from the institution had previously alerted us to this termination by the Board of Nursing and has been teaching out this program. So we have already taken the action against them for that specific ASN program. So I'm recommending modifying the staff recommendation in front of you. It would read as follows: grant the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through March 31st, 2027, upon the following contingencies being met. 1, submission of an updated clinical matrix with executed agreements for each facility indicated that demonstrates compliance with all clinical requirements of Chapter 464.019 Florida statutes. 2, submission of an updated sample of the Professional Nursing Student Disclosure, CIE Form 609A, for the Nursing BSN program, containing all information the institution is required to provide the students for the 2025 calendar year. 3, submission of an updated sample of the Practical Nursing Student Disclosure, CIE Form 609B, containing all information the institution is required to provide the students for the 2025 calendar year. 4, submission of an updated catalog and enrollment agreement to remove all references to the Nursing AS program. Delegate authority to the executive director to issue the annual license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerked order. Order the institution to submit a progress report with the commission for the September 2026 commission meeting. The report shall be submitted no later than 60 days prior to the scheduled meeting and include information on placement personnel, placement activities, job development activities, and number of students placed for each graduating class to show the effectiveness of the plan per Rule 6E-2.004-10F Florida Administrative Code. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license no later than 120 days prior to March 31st of 2027.
All right. Do you guys have questions or comments about what the director just read?
No.
None? All right. Commissioners, do you
Can you speak a little bit about your ASN program's closing, but I also see that you have a BSN program, I believe, and a PN program. And it looks like there's currently about 254 students currently enrolled. Can you give us a breakdown of the enrollment between the different programs and how you're going to ensure that the students in the other 2 nursing programs are getting the quality of the education, so we're not here again talking about those programs?
Okay. We have made some significant changes.
Okay. Hang on a second. Let's go in order. All right, so currently there's 42 students in the BSN program. The ADN program, which is expected to be finished up in May, so a couple months, has currently got about 40 students, is that right? PN, there are currently 50 students in the PN program, 17 students in the RN to BSN program, and 3 students in the HHA.
Okay. Thank you. Our numbers are a little off from that, but I appreciate that update.
You bet.
So thank you. So for the BSN and the the PN program, which are licensure-based. What are you guys doing to ensure going forward that the students and the curriculum, the teachers, what are you going to do different to ensure, because again, these programs aren't that different from each other, whether it's a BSN or an ASN or a PN, they're not going to say they're exactly the same, but they're substantially similar enough in terms of the rigor of the programs. How are you going to change what you're doing to ensure the rigor is there so that when your graduate, you're meeting the NCLEX results?
Okay. We have made some changes to our program. One of the things that we have implemented is faculty training, and we have done that. And then we also look at our curriculum and syllabus, and then have also changes on some of the books that we were using. So update the books, and then making sure they are mapping with the current NCLEX. And then this is what we have been doing, like train the faculty, ensure that they are receive the proper training, and then also train the students. And then, so far we have also recruit some good amount of unqualified students. One of the things that we have implemented from the very beginning, our admission process, where we there was an entrance exams. And then also, after that, we interview them. And then those that are taking the prerequisite, the general education, we also conduct a second interview to see if they are ready before they transition to the core programs.
Okay, and what are your current, when did you start the BSN program?
We started in May 1st, 2023.
And where are you, I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to look at that. Where are you in the accreditation process of programmatic?
We have a timeline, and then first we are, okay, Chris, you want to?
Yeah, so the school currently has until May of 2028 to obtain programmatic accreditation. They've already initiated the process with ASIN. We've submitted and received their initial eligibility letter, and they're in the process of doing their candidacy report right now.
Thank you. And what's your current NCLEX pass rate in the BSN program?
No, we haven't had
No graduates yet?
No graduates yet.
When do you expect your first graduates?
Our first graduate will be in May.
27?
May of this year.
Okay.
Yes.
Your PN program shows 11 grads in 2025. Have they tested yet?
No, they haven't tested yet.
So, did you have graduates from PN in 2025?
Yes.
Because it's March of 2026 now. Why have they not tested?
Well, the problem that we have for that PN program, some of them were facing some immigration status, so that's why they were not been able to test it. But now we have some of them that were able to process because they fixed their immigration status, so they are waiting to be tested.
Is all of them facing that problem?
Majority of our students were on that TPS status. That's one of the reasons.
Have they been studying, doing remediation during this?
Yes, this is what we do. Yes, we have been remediating them as well.
So you're saying still to this day, none of them have tested?
No, just for that issue only.
I am a little bit concerned, especially since program just got closed, that it's going to continue with the other two programs. Are you guys not going to be enrolling new individuals so you can focus on the ones you have to make sure you get it corrected, or are you still going full steam ahead with new enrollments?
Yes, this is the process. We are not going to close, but we are being careful with our enrollments. So ensure that whether it's the PN program, so they receive the proper coaching from us, like on a weekly basis, and then where we conduct like weekly basis until they are able to sit for the board. But that's
I was also talking about taking new students in. Like, are you slowing your admissions down, stopping your admission, so you can focus on both programs to make sure that we have the quality that's needed, or should we?
Are you suggesting we put a cap on that enrollment?
Well, I'm thinking about it, just seeing what just happened to one program.
I mean, I think based on 2025 NCLEX passage rate, you could have substantiation for that request. If, whatever you think that would give them the bandwidth to have.
I'd like to work with them on this too.
Yeah, yeah. We don't want to handcuff you, right, of being able to remain solvent, but at the same time, we want you to focus on, or have the bandwidth to focus.
So last couple of days, we started to have this discussion. Mr. Junta mentioned it and said, that you never know. Nowadays, if you look back at this historically, and just a couple of things. So we're in the process. I think we probably can agree to something. The ADN program closed February of 2024, and they didn't, a good sign, they didn't load that BSN program then up with like 100 students after that. I mean, they enrolled 30 students in it in 2023, only 12 in 24, which is the year the ADN closed. 37 students in 2025, 27 students in 2026. They've got 27 starting in 2 weeks. So this is not one of those situations where let's just start pouring people right into this other. They've demonstrated they could have done that in the last 2 years, and they haven't. So I'd like to talk with them. I'd like to talk with. There's a Title IV consultant they're working with. They're working with the accreditation consultant. Accreditation gets concerned if you're real low enrollment. So, there's a sweet spot there that I think we could probably all agree on.
Sure.
And I don't know how we do that with a contingency, or whether we just push this off to the next meeting and we work with them in between.
So if the institution is amenable to it, okay, you can grant the application now. I don't, just based on what I'm hearing, I don't see any reason not to. You can order the institution, unless they object to such an order, to appear at the May meeting, which is virtual, and to appear with a proposal for limiting enrollment pending the achievement of some kind of outcome.
Yeah, so and we'll work with staff between now and then to see what we can come up with.
I'm good with that if you are.
I appreciate, yeah, perfectly good. I appreciate that good faith effort, because I think we're all here to make sure you're successful and your students are successful. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
And so should we have that proposal be submitted to the commission no later than, let's say, April 28th?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So the motion is to accept staff recommendation as modified by the executive director with the edited contingencies, also granting the annual license, and adding an order for the institution to appear at the May 28th virtual public meeting, and to submit a proposal for limitation of enrollments no later than April 28th.
Any questions about that? Everybody comfortable with that?
Yes, we are.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by council for the record just now for number 5509?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being collaborative, gentlemen. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5 in this section is JetMap School of Nursing, Miami Gardens, number 5018. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Nobody here? Okay. Gentlemen, we have a staff recommendation including 8 contingencies. I believe the ASN program is on probation with 2025 numbers at the 58% range.
Do they voluntarily close that program?
So the institution has notified the commission staff that they are voluntarily closing that program, and that was as of January 30th of 2026. They have stated that they anticipate that their teach-out will be completed in July 31st of 2028.
Oh, sorry, what was the year they
So
completed?
they told us about the voluntarily closure on January 30th of 2026, and the teach-out is expected to be completed July 31st of 2028.
You guys require any additional discussion or contingencies?
Their PN program is also on probation? Is that correct?
Their PN program is not on probation.
not
They
on
were, in 2024, they were at 100%, but in 2025, they did fall to 33.33%. We are requesting a remediation plan because of that.
Okay.
And that is number 8, contingency.
So is there a change to the recommendation then, since they're closing out the ASN program?
Okay. Any public comment? If there's no further discussion, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 5018?
Motion.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to number, 9 is being moved to May, so number 10. Riggs College, Longwood, number 7648. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Nope. All right, gentlemen, I'm looking at 11 contingencies. Noted that the ASN program is on probation.
Are we able to, since they're not here, move this to the next meeting and require them to kind of show up? Just because I think there's questions about who the current nursing director is also at this time.
Yeah, I had that noted as well.
And so just accepting this doesn't seem appropriate at this time.
It is a decent volume of contingencies with the outstanding director question.
Has the commission already issued a delay?
You mean as if we issued a delay?
Because it's granting the license. And then something to change provisional
The
license.
school's showing a 100% placement rate for 3 straight years, and they have low pass rates? Where are these people getting jobs? I mean, they've got grads
The
that
same
can't pass.
question as before, right?
Can't pass tests, but they're 100% placed. I don't
I mean,
get
are
it.
they judging that placement on those who passed the test only?
They have to be, or they're just making it up, but
Yeah, that
you have a
seems-
graduate that doesn't pass, it's gonna be very tough to get him a job.
Council, I think what we might be able to do is grant what's here, and then I think they're going a provisional anyway, and then we can order them, if I understand it right from what you said before, to appear at the next meeting.
That's correct. You can order their appearance as a condition of provisional licensure.
So that would be my motion to grant what we have, and then to add that as a contingency, or a secondary motion.
Okay, could we have some specificity, because I'm going to put in the notice of intent why you want them, what specifically you want them to be prepared to address?
To discuss who their current nursing director is at this time would be one of the key areas to discuss. I think you mentioned the placement rate, where they're placing the students. And also just how they're, again, there's a lot of contingencies that are outstanding, how they're going to going forward to ensure that they're administratively sound and providing us information in a timely fashion.
Yeah, when you see that volume of contingencies on a low license number like that, it means they've been around and been doing this for a long time. And
Something changed.
yeah, something changed. And I'd like to hear the placement rate conversation that Commissioner Giuliano noted.
So is it fair to say that you want them to appear at the meeting, you want them to appear in May or in July? In person in July, or May virtually? Okay, May virtually. So you want them to appear on May 28th. I will also give them until April 28th to submit any documentation that they want the commission to review in anticipation of that meeting. And the reason you want them to appear is to address the commissioner's outstanding concerns versus first-time licensure passage rates, placement, and administrative soundness. That's the motion.
Yes.
Okay, then do I have a motion to accept the revised and amended staff recommendations as noted by council?
So made?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I bet everybody in here would like to know how you get a 100% placement rate without a 100%
You
pass
don't.
rate. I would love to know how you do that.
It's 99% retention too, so.
Okay, well, then we got a lot to learn. Director, for some reason I wrote go to page 20 at the bottom of this.
Yeah, because
Yes.
it's going back to 16.
So we are on number 11, Premier International College in Fort Myers, number 4244. That was moved from section F, so it is on page 20 of the hard copy in front of you.
There you go. Premier International College, Fort Myers, number 4244. Hello there.
Hello, how are you?
Never better. Would you mind introducing yourselves for the
My
record?
name is Dr. Howard, Executive Director.
And my name is Cynthia Rue, Campus President.
Thank you both for being here and for your patience today. Have you guys had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendation that we're looking at that looks to include one contingency regarding status of inactive programs?
Well, I wasn't aware of that contingency, no.
The contingency I'm looking at, and maybe the director can address it if it's been removed, is submission of a status of all inactive programs. Do you have programs that you're currently not enrolling?
Yes, but
That's
we
probably
intend to.
Do you want to address the impetus for that?
Sure. So whenever we see something like this that has several programs that do not have enrollments for a couple of years, we would like for you to provide us a written status update for all of those inactive programs. What do you plan to do with them? Are you planning on enrollment? Are you planning on terminating those programs and closing them down? Kind of give us an indicator of your intentions for those.
Okay, I thought we sent that to,
You could have, the information we have was probably printed 30 days ago, so if it's been recently, we wouldn't know.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. There is a requirement for a submission of a progress report as well, that's 60 days prior to the scheduled meeting for graduation documentations of activities taken by the institution to improve graduation rates, placement rates. So it's around your graduation and your placements rates and your retention rates as a progress report requirement, which was also on the staff recommendation.
okay. So we sent the progress, we sent that too.
Okay, well then it's just trailing behind for the
Okay,
status. It happens. Okay. And correspondence regarding accreditation.
So that was sent as well.
Okay, well then you're batting 1,000 if that's the case.
What was your correspondence regarding your accreditation? So the last thing that we see is trailing by quite a bit. We have that you are on warning status with ASIN, and you're also on show cause with APHES. So what has been your communication with both of those entities at this point?
We had another site visit, so.
From
that's pretty
from
much it.
both?
From both, yeah.
From both, and how did you already get your reports from those site visits?
We got a report from one, APES.
APHES, and how did that go?
I think there's four to five, and that's areas of, our program is very rigorous, but they can't see the progression in it, so that's the issue. You know, it's, in my opinion, it's a matter of opinion, because if I'm showing you this is the progression, you know, evaluators, when they come out, they come from other schools, and it's based upon what they think. So, you know, that's what we have to respond to.
And this is your
That was-
ASN program?
That was the same thing with ASIN when we got on warning status for 4.1, which we done the recommendations that they recommended this to us, but, you know, so that's where we are.
Do you anticipate getting off of show cause with APHES? Have you had any
Absolutely.
kind of indication from them that this is progressing in that manner, or are
No,
you
we-
still going
we
to have to
intend to get
continue to
off of-
submit documentation?
Yeah, we intend to get off show cause.
Do you want to amend anything or revise it? Okay.
Wait, I have. So while I was going through some of your clinical agreements, are you using all those hospitals right now that you provided to us?
Yes. The hospital it's a system, so each one, it's one agreement. There's 5 or 6 different hospitals.
Okay. I think you need to, and I'd like to make this contingency. You have listed there an agreement from Punta Gorda Hospital. Punta Gorda's been closed for almost a year at this point in time. So that's why I was asking. I think it's important, it's something the commission, we should talk about at some point.
We took that off too.
You took, in what was submitted to us, it was included.
Okay. Well, yeah, we took that off.
So we can just make a contingency maybe to get an updated list of
But that's the
current
thing.
active facilities.
We
and make
sent
sure.
it. We sent all active, and that was our last correspondence. That was sent.
We get things delayed from when people submit them. So what that means is that if it's made a contingency and in fact you already fulfilled it, it'll just be checked off. Right, or if it isn't fulfilled, then, you would.
Right, I understand the delay, but it shouldn't be a delay prior to it being sent to you.
When
if
did
it
you
was
send
already
this in?
sent. Excuse me?
When did you send it in?
Prior to the submission of our application. So that updated information should have been.
And I just want to clarify for Carlos, because I'm looking at dates on ours. So our January 2026, that has your clinical matrix on it, still has that Punta.
Oh, January 2026.
Yes.
Okay.
So I
that's
don't
wrong.
know, have you
Yeah, so
submitted
that's
something
wrong.
since, okay, so
Yeah.
that one still has that outdated clinical
So-
site on it.
Okay, so we sent the updated information, which should have been sent to you.
So at this point, what I would suggest then is, because what I have in front of me is also that January 2026 document, that you could add the contingency to provide us the updated clinical matrix that includes all current clinical sites. Are you also seeking any additional information? Do you want them to have anything verified, or just the clinical matrix to be updated?
Just to, and give us what's active, I would ask you to do. Don't give us every single contract, so we know
You
what
want
we're
me
using.
to contact our specialist to submit the updated information, because she has it.
Yes. So what you're going to do is, if this is the desire of the commissioners, they're going to add a contingency to this, and they're going to ask you to submit an updated clinical matrix that only includes all active clinical agreements on it, and then also submit your active clinical agreements, and then you'll need to submit those. If you've already, because what I'm seeing in front of me is from January 2026, I'm unsure if you've submitted something in between that time that has a different one on there, to avoid any confusion. What I would recommend at this point is, once you get this contingency, submit a new updated clinical affiliation agreement that only contains your active clinicals with those clinical agreements attached. And that way we avoid any kind of confusion about, you may have sent something that's in between those 2 months that we don't have in front of us right now.
Yeah, if you've sent it, just send it again, right? Because what we're looking at is trailing from January, and you may have sent something since then, but it may be in that person's possession. Obviously, when we're compiling hundreds of schools for days like this, there's a cutoff date like a month ago from when the data that we're looking at trails. So it sounds like you have that, should be quickly satisfied.
Sure.
All right. Then,
Before we move on, this isn't about you guys, but I think it's something we've got to consider as a commission when we're getting these clinical agreements. A lot of them have evergreen clauses, which I have myself at my college. So, but there has to be some, I think, attestation or something that these are the current active agreements that schools are using, so you actually understand what they're sending people to, not just, hey, here's 50 different sites, and actually they're only using 2 of them, and maybe they don't even sending, like they have an OB site that's listed, but they're actually not sending anyone to it.
yeah, and to your point earlier, auto renewals are meaningless if there's been communication from that site that we're unaware of, right?
I know Councilor wanted us to
brought
get
that up
an
earlier.
approval from every single hospital, but I think every school out there would yell and scream about it, but maybe it's something like an attestation from the campus director, that these are the active sites when they submit the clinical matrix.
Yeah.
If we can look to update that. And again, this is not about you guys.
Yeah, just a thought of trying to refine our own processes.
Yes.
I see. All right, then do I have a motion to accept revised and amended staff recommendation as noted by the Commissioner and Director for number 4244?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you guys for being here all day.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
There are no items in section M or N. Nope, that's not it. Okay, all right. For some reason, I wrote that like you had something very important for me to say on that. Okay, I don't know why. All right, there are 30 items in the religious colleges and sworn affidavits.
I think that was just a general suggestion.
Yes, yes. No, I'm glad I need you here to do that. Thank you. There are 30 items in section O. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I have noted, Director, that you would like to pull 5, 6, 13, 27, and 28.
That is correct.
Commissioner Litvak, do you have any additional?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
Nope.
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
None.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept sworn affidavits and associated staff recommendations for items 1 through 4, 7 through 12, 14 through 26, 29, and 30 of
So moved.
section O?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to I'll let you address these individually, Director.
Sure. So we'll go through each of these individually, and we will need a motion and a vote for each of these. This is the religious institutions that now you can either accept or deny their applications or their affidavits that are in front of you. So the first one is going to be number 5, Christian University or Orlando, Uni Orlando. And staff recommendation is to deny the institution's affidavit. The institution did not respond to staff's request within 30 days as required by Florida Administrative Code.
Okay. So is there anyone here from Christian University of Orlando, Uni Orlando? Nope. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the sworn affidavit for number 5, Christian University of Orlando?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Is there anyone here from Emerging Christian University in Lake Wales? If no one is here, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the sworn affidavit submitted for number 6, Emerging Christian University?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to number 13. Is there anyone here from International University of Interfaith Morality, Orlando? No one's here. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the sworn affidavit submitted for number 13, International University Interfaith Morality?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Is there anyone here from Oh, did I not? Jesus.
No vote.
I'm moving, aren't I?
Aye.
Yeah. I got my momentum up, man. I was like, I got two more. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry. That would carry us to number 27. That's funny. I was on autopilot. Universidad Católica Americana in DeLand. Is anyone here from there? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the sworn affidavit submission for number 27?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I want to hear this one.
Huh?
I want to hear the next one.
Yeah, do you? Say this in the most South Georgia way possible. Is anyone here from Universidad Católica La Misericordia, San Lucas Evangelista? I bet you could say that better, Troy.
All right, they did pretty good.
Well, that's the only time I'm going to do it. Anybody from here? Nobody, no one from there? Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the sworn affidavit for number 28?
So move.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. There is nothing in section P for agent training program, which I believe ends the day for us in recess. Commissioners, anything further?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm reminded today of something, I don't know which brilliant thinker it was that said, every man is my superior and that I may learn something from him. Maybe it was Thoreau or Whitman or one of those, but my grandfather said it as, if you think you know everything, you can learn nothing. And today reminded me of that. But nonetheless, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the expertise on this body. It's truly an honor, and you guys did a heck of a job. This was a pretty stacked itinerary, so good job to you and the rest of the staff. And I think we are adjourned until tomorrow.